tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Paramus Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Injured in an accident? Your case in the hands of one lawyer may settle for $100,000, but in the hands of the right law firm could be worth millions. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been representing injury victims for over 50 years, winning and collecting billions for our clients. And we're not stopping now. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit us at injurylawyer.com.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. Injurylawyer.com.
At the United Healthcare Medicare store, right here in Jackson Heights, you can chat face-to-face with a licensed sales agent who understands the community and get clear answers to your questions. We're located at 3752 82nd Street between Roosevelt and 37th Ave. We're ready to help.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan.
Yeah. Let's do another one. Another quick one. It's Monday night. KM to AM. Keith McPherson back on the Fan. Hope you had a good weekend. Better yet, a better Monday. Coming freshly off Jerry Jones and America's team to laugh at, getting a win against the Raiders. Like, if you think it's bad being a Dallas fan, imagine being a fan of the Raiders. Like, they're miserable. Where are they going to go? They thought Pete Carroll was a good idea. They thought drafting Ashton Jeanty was a good idea. For why, bro? Like, you need way more than a running back. And then you got Geno Smith picked up. Geno's good for a turnover. Jeanty had 7 yards. There was a lot of blocking and hitting going on. Some good football up front. The big fellas were having at it the whole game. I mean, I enjoyed what I watched of it. You know, when the game started, I said, why is Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, and Ryan Flournoy in the game? And, you know, the Cowboys were quickly 3 and out. And then they panned to CeeDee Lamb, who is paid, signed, sealed, and delivered. And standing next to him, GP playmaker George Pickens, who, as much as I'm critical of Jerry Jones, they absolutely finessed that trade. They got George Pickens for a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. I know he's technically a rental, and they got to re-sign him. And this year they're not going anywhere. I mean, who knows? They're 4-5-1 now. They probably got to win out to have an actual shot. But like, I mean, George Pickens, they don't miss him in Steelerland and Sixburg and Pittsburgh. I don't know. They don't have enough receivers in Pittsburgh. And I mean, now Aaron Rodgers might be out, and Isaiah Hodgins came over from there. We'll get to Isaiah Hodgins in a minute, but George Pickens goes out there, 9 catches, 144 yards, a touchdown. CeeDee Lamb goes out there, 5 catches, 66 yards, and a touchdown. And they're speaking right now, but I can't hear it, obviously, because I'm in here doing the show. But they were benched on the first drive, and it was a coach's decision. And I said, what is going on in the league, man? One, I feel like if you are going to bench a player and send a message, what is the series? 3 plays, literally. What is the series? Like, are you trying to hurt their pride? You can't hurt these guys' pride. They're NFL players. They're star players. George Pickens is one of the leading receivers this year. And, I mean, CeeDee Lamb got hurt, but he's CeeDee Lamb. Then I thought about it, and I said, okay, this is a trend this week. Because Abdul Carter, we're getting to the Giants, Abdul Carter had to sit the first series, and we all kind of perked up like, what's up with Abdul Carter? Because he came out on special teams. Abdul Carter was benched for the first series, but they couldn't bench him the whole game because they need him. They have to try to win the game. Keon Coleman, you guys are familiar with Keon Coleman? Florida State, Michigan State, first-round draft pick of the Buffalo Bills. He did something I haven't found out exactly what yet. They benched him for the entire game. He was dancing around on the sidelines pregame. You would think he was concussed like Dart. No, they sent a message to him that literally, we don't need you. We have Josh Allen. He'll throw the ball to Tyrell Shavers. Whatever he did in his second year in the league hurt the team, and they sat him down. The NFL script right now is a crazy one, as I knew that the Cowboys would have heavy hearts. And the timing of this game, the Cowboys had a bye week, but they lost on Monday Night Football prior to when they played against the Arizona Cardinals. And rest in peace to Marshawn Nealon. If you haven't heard the story about his suicide, him taking his own life. I knew the Dallas Cowboys would have heavy hearts tonight and come out and play a good game. They put up 33 points, beat the Raiders 16, but like, the NFL is wild right now. And I'm not saying this in a joking way because someone lost their life. Like, Chris Boyd from the Jets was out at Say Less here in the city, I think on like 38th. And coming out of there, he got shot at like 2 a.m. Got shot in his stomach. Chris Boyd from the Jets. And like, crazy things like that are going on. You have these benchings, Abdul Carter, Keon Coleman, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb. That's nothing. That's nothing like, crazier. But then you have the stuff like that going on in the NFL. On top of that, Hawk Part Tua, another spitting incident. You remember Jalen Carter spitting on Dak. Now Jamar Chase spits on Jalen Ramsey in the game, and he does it so nonchalant that no one sees it. But after the game, Jalen Ramsey tells the media goes and asks him, and he lies to the media. He said, I didn't spit on that man. I didn't open my mouth to that man. I didn't have anything to say to that guy. Okay. The eye in the sky don't lie, and this is the NFL. They see every single thing in the NFL. You got to be a clown to think that you can lie. So, of course, we knew he was going to get suspended the same way Jalen Carter got suspended. But here's the plot twist. The report comes out today that he's getting suspended. And two things. One, he's going to lose over $500,000 with his new contract for hawking a loogie, for spitting on a guy because he couldn't control his emotions. Jalen Ramsey is an agitator, gets under his skin. He couldn't control... Loogie! Yeah, that's it. Loogie comes up with the nickname Loogie for himself. It's a timely drop. But I'm trying to find the breakdown. Here it is. Jamar Chase's one-game suspension will cost his weekly paycheck, which, like, the weekly paychecks are, like, what? He gets paid $448,333 per game with his new deal. Triple Crown winner last year. And then his $58,823 per game active bonus. Bro, what? Plus whatever. I don't know, bro. $500,000 to spit on a guy. And then the report comes out that Jamar Chase is appealing his one-game suspension, claiming that if he would have spit on Jalen Ramsey, he would have spit in his face. Like, I'm sorry. I love football. I love the NFL. The NFL script writers right now, week 11, mid-November, they're cooking. Their pen is on fire. 888-808-1019. I'm not getting all the way to the Giants because we're going to unpack that as soon as I have to break. But Jets fans remember Sam Darnold. I was listening to Richie Incognito's podcast with Aqib Talib and Skip Bayless, and he called him Same Darnold. Before the game, before the Rams game, he said, I call him Same Darnold because he's the same guy in every big game. Same guy that you Jets fans saw and let go of. Yeah, he can light it up against the Commanders. He can light it up against the Cardinals. You want to talk about lighting it up. He lit their offense on fire in a bad way. 4 interceptions. 4 interceptions in that game, and yet they were still in the game. How good are the Seahawks if they were able to play the Rams that close where it came down to a field goal? And Sam Darnold gave the ball away 4 different times. That was a hell of a game this week. And the Rams go out there in those black uniforms. I don't think enough people around here are talking about the Rams, the Seahawks, because they're out west. We don't see them. But you know who most people did see at quarterback? Not Sam Darnold. I told him bust down my AP, perfect timing. Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders gets his first actual NFL reps, and it was a dud. It was a complete dud. And I loved it because I had the Ravens in my survivor pool, and as Myles Garrett is having another one of those freakish games like he had against the Patriots where I'm like, he's unblockable. He's going to have 100 sacks this year. I'm like, there's no way they're going to let Myles Garrett. Lamar Jackson just getting back into the flow of things. I think his second game back, third game back, maybe. He throws interception and gets returned. I'm like, no. My survivor pool is down to 30-some people. If I lose, I haven't picked the Ravens all year. If I lose on the Ravens, I'm going to be so mad. But they put Shedeur in the game with a lead after Dylan Gabriel goes down. If you're paying attention to that game, the Dog Pound fans out there in Cleveland banging on everything in the building, they wanted 12 in the game. And so much conversation came from 12 being in the game. The main conversation is about the reps that Shedeur Sanders did not get with the first team. Okay, there's 2 things to think about here. It's kind of crazy that going into the last 3 weeks that I believe he's been the backup behind Dylan Gabriel, maybe longer. It feels like Flacco has been gone longer. So, like, all of those weeks of prep, Dylan Gabriel has taken every snap with the ones during the work week. There's not even a, chance for him to get 2 at the end of a session, segment, offensive portion of the... I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? Because once you're QB2, you're one play away. So don't you have to prepare for that? Don't you have to go through the motions? They did not. And Shedeur Sanders tried to go in there and go through the motions. He was sacked a couple times. He threw an interception. He completed some passes, but he completed 25% of his passes. I think I saw something that he ended up registering as the lowest passer rating of all time. A 13.5 passer rating, 4 for 16, 47 yards, 1 pick, 2 sacks, no touchdowns. They said if he spiked the ball in every play, he would have had a 27 passer rating. But you know what? Pops was still proud. Prime time, it was pride time. Deion Sanders said, I was in tears. He called me screaming, man, I'm crying right now. And you know, Shedeur sat by himself and sulked and got all the cameras on him. They showed Lamar Jackson was looking for him. And I think he played the role well of like, oh, I hate losing. And he spoke well. You know, he said, hey, I don't like that Dylan's not comfortable out there, that the fans, but like those Browns fans, you can't tell them anything. You can't tell them anything, Shedeur. They're rooting for anyone to come in and save the day. When Deshaun Watson got hurt and Jameis went in last year, they were cheering that. Right? Or 2 years ago, whenever it was now. I think it was last year. But yes, see, I'm sprinkling little things in. I've mentioned Isaiah Hodgins. I've mentioned Abdul Carter. And I just mentioned Jameis Winston hitting the Harlem Shake. Jameis Winston pumping the team up. Jameis Winston, who I'm watching him play quarterback, and I'm like, maybe the Giants could have won a couple games at the beginning of the year if he was the starter. But he didn't even get the opportunity to be QB1. 2. They put him at QB3, and we got to get into the Giants after this break. 888-808-1019. I got 2 hours of time from right now. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. I'll be right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Target brings more taste, more flavor, and more deals to your Thanksgiving table. Save big on affordable holiday crowd pleasers, like select elevated sides and appetizers from Good & Gather for only $4.99. Favorite day pies for a sweet finishing touch, also just $4.99. And don't forget, great tasting turkey for only 79 cents a pound. So many cravings, so many ways to save. Step into the holidays and elevate your Thanksgiving today. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Beach wows, mountain wows, and show-stopping wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Make your holidays memorable at a Lexus from Ray Katina. The Lexus December to Remember sales event is here. Drive home luxury in a GX or TX with class-leading storage. Celebrate the season in style at Ray Katina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Katina Lexus of Monmouth.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of Internet Past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has you covered with locations throughout Long Island, Queens, and now West Orange, New Jersey. Don't struggle with pain or injuries and get fast, expert care from the leading orthopedic doctors, including the #1 spine doctor on Long Island. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com and schedule an appointment today. Total Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, the experts at getting you back to being you.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back?
Once upon a time, Dunkin made the perfect donut, and from its center came something even better. Dunkin Munchkins, tiny bites of joy made from the dough they scooped right out of the middle. This holiday season, Dunkin Munchkins remind us that even the smallest of things can mean the most, like laughing with friends or enjoying the last munchkin in the box. So grab a box of 3, 5, 25, or 50. Share them, gift them, or just keep them all to yourself. We won't tell. It's Dunkin Munchkins, proof that something so small can be the best bite of all. The holidays run on Dunkin.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Back and forth the fair. Knicks just unable to finish things off.
Good back tip. McBride has it. Shot clock turned off. Knicks down 2. McBride on the drive. Lefty layup off the glass. No good. Towns the rebound. Shot blocked again. Gets it back. Puts it up. No good. Rebound off the backboard. It's over.
Heat able to survive the Knicks. 115-113. Mike Breen the call, MSG. Deuce McBride at 25. Mikal Bridges 23. Karl Anthony Towns 22 and 15 rebounds. Knicks without both Jalen Brunson and OG Anunoby as they remain winless on the road. Now 0-4 away from the Garden. Jets have pulled the plug on Justin Fields. Bench for Tyrod Taylor Sunday against the Ravens. Fields has struggled, threw for less than 55 yards in 4 of his 9 starts, but Jeremy Ruckert not waving on his support.
I take it personal, all the hate, all the talking that goes towards him. I take it personal because I'm one of the guys that takes the field with him, and wish we could do a better job to help him out.
And the Cowboys got 4 touchdown passes from Dak Prescott. They pound the Raiders 33-16. Former Jet Quinnen Williams a sack and a half in his Dallas debut. 40 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, let's get it, man. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, so the YouTube is going. The YouTube chat is going. We have broken 92,000 subs on YouTube. I might be the only host that cares about that, but I've been pumping that up because since around August, I stopped live streaming my show on my YouTube channel and started bringing it to the WFAN channel. And my whole thing is like, hey, there's way more subscribers on WFAN. Let's get this thing to 100K because then they'll put a plaque in here. You know, they send you a little shiny silver plaque that says 100K subs. And no matter what happens in the history of WFAN, I'll be like, I was a part of that. Yep, go look. These YouTube videos aren't going to die. They're forever. If you read all the reports and things that are going on, more people are watching YouTube than Netflix. pretty soon more people are going to be watching YouTube than TV. We're in the future now. And I know you guys have been waiting to talk about the Giants. 888-808-1019. I started to do my little NFL stuff, and we'll bring it back around because I already see in the chat, Robert Fagan in the chat said to me, Keith, you are knowledgeable in football. You know he did not get any first-team reps. Many backup QBs came to his defense. Now, listen, to kind of put a cap on the Shedeur Sanders stuff, because it's always a hot topic, and it's a can of worms. I said there's two sides to this, right? I can understand because it's Dylan Gabriel in front of him, a rookie himself. Give Dylan all of the reps. He sucks. He needs them, you know? If Shedeur has to play in case of an emergency, he has to play in case of an emergency, and we'll treat it as such, and we'll throw him in there. I can kind of understand that. I wouldn't run a team like that. I wouldn't suggest doing that. QB2 is supposed to get reps from high school to college to the NFL. But also you have to think about the Browns, even in the preseason. They had Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco wasn't getting that many reps. They had Kenny Pickett there. They had Dylan Gabriel there, then Shedeur. Now, I will not leave out the fact that it seems like Kevin Stefanski doesn't like the kid. It seems like Kevin Stefanski didn't want the kid. Andrew Berry drafted him. They moved up to draft him. But obviously, they're in the 5th round. It's not like you got to move heaven and earth to move up in the 5th round to get him. But I feel like there were way too many people caping for Shedeur. This is the NFL. It's the National Football League. That's why his daddy was crying tears, right? I can't imagine it. Like, Dion, you're a Hall of Famer, and you have 3 sons, and one of them actually makes it to the NFL. One of them actually gets in a real game, and not at the position you played. Your son, Shedeur, your baby son, your youngest son, who life has always been made for him. He did not have to choose this journey. He did not have to choose the stress and the work and everything that comes with specifically playing the hardest position in sports, the quarterback. So I'm sure Prime was in full-on tears because it's been rough out there for him in Colorado, and he's also dealing with some health issues. But we'll get back to Shedeur Sanders. We got to talk about the Giants, bro. You Jets fans still want to trade for Shedeur Sanders? And we'll talk about Tyrod Taylor being elevated to the Jets starting quarterback position, which, like, if you heard my rap Friday, I said it was obvious. Don't tell Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn, we don't need you to tell us, bro. We know. We watch the games. We know it's time. One giant mess. 888-808-1019. Can't blame this one on Brian Daboll. Can't. He wasn't there. And I'm sure wherever he was chilling. I saw somebody today write, oh, where's Brian Daboll's, thank you note? His thank you, like he's supposed to take out a page in the Post or the Daily News and thank the Giants for firing him. And I said, oh, it's in the drafts. He's had it in the drafts for 2 years. He's waiting until they fire Joe Shane. And they're going to fire Joe Shane. And if they don't, this is going to be the same old song. So Big G, and the G stands for going through the motions, because that's what they're doing. Over the weekend, the Giants placed O-lineman Evan Neal on IR with a hamstring injury, likely ending both his season and his Giants career. The former number 7 overall pick out of Alabama did not appear in a game this year. I don't even think he was suited up, maybe once. He'll get a fresh start elsewhere after this season. That was the report that was out there. I clipped that. That was one of the first things I put in my notes. How did he get hurt? In practice? Stretching? Warm-ups? And then there's people that like to say, oh, Brian Daboll was stopping this from happening. And then all the little clerical moves like Isaiah Hodgins coming back. Good for Isaiah Hodgins, because he was on the practice squad with the Steelers. He comes back, and in 4 days, he's making plays. In 4 days, he's making an impact. But there's a guy that Joe Shane signed in the offseason that I thought was going to make an immediate impact, and he did while he was healthy. Paulson Adebo felt discomfort in his knee during warm-ups, and he was downgraded to out for Sunday's game. When I saw that, I said, oh, no, you know what that means? You know what that means? Deonte Banks. The bank is closed on Sundays. Deonte Banks has to play. He can't cut it. He doesn't have a shot. I watch him play. He gets stuck in blocks. I'm like, what are you doing? He can't cover anybody. He doesn't know what to do. I'm like, this guy is like another guy that Joe Shane traded up for, took in the first round, took the number 2 when Jackson Dart. I've been doing that all year. Jackson Dart should be wearing number 2. That number 6, As soon as they get Deonte Banks up out of here, Dart, change your number to 2. And we'll ride, and that number 2 jersey is going to sell even more. Change your number to 2, and then Abdul Carter, we're changing your number to 56. Or 11. Could you imagine if Abdul Carter was wearing 56 or 11? It wouldn't matter. The only numbers that matter are your number of sacks. And for like the first 5-6 weeks, I gave him credit for his pressures because that does affect the game. I even said, hey, he's helped unlock Brian Burns. Him applying pressure, him being a rookie, like he's in there. He just hasn't gotten home yet. Well, oh boy, speaking of 11, it's week 11. He's got a half a sack. He's close, but no cigar. And when you're watching the game, he misses that series, and everybody on Giants Twitter is like, huh? Where's Abdul Carter? His Kayvon was out. So you're like, okay, something's going on. One giant mess. Can't blame this on Brian Daboll, but you find a way to, right? Because what we find out about young Abdul Carter, Philly Bull, literally I post a picture on my Twitter of him in February with the Eagles at the Super Bowl wearing Eagles team-issued gear and holding the Lombardi Trophy. This is a whole Philadelphia Eagles fan. I'll leave that out. I'm just saying. They said they were going to keep it in-house. They said it was a coach's decision to sit him for the first drive. Okay, what does it do? Well, you hurt his pride? I just went over this. I guess you'll hurt the team more. So then today we find out, because Dan Duggan, and shout out to Dan. I got to get Dan back on the show. I used to have Dan join us. I gotta tap back in with Dan. He's great. But Dan puts out a report that he was sleeping in the facility and missed a team meeting. Or was late to a team meeting, whatever. A couple things with that. He comes out on Twitter to say, I wasn't sleeping, I was in recovery, I was getting treatment. Okay. Like, I think a few ways about this. At Penn State, there's no meeting that starts without Abdul Carter. Because his teammates are looking around, yo, where's Dul? Where's you saw him in the training room? Hey, run back and go get him right now, bro. We got 1 minute. Run. Like, how does this happen? That he misses a meeting. You know how it happens? Because you can do whatever you want. It's one giant mess. The season is over. They fired the coach. Big G. The G-men, the big G stands for going through the motions. 888-808-1019. It doesn't matter. That's the culture over there. You can blame Brian Daboll now after he's been let go because they say, oh, he allowed it. He let it go on. Okay. But where are your teammates? Where are the leaders? Where are the veterans on that defensive line to be like, yo, hold on, Abdul's not here? And I know they're grown men and they're probably looking out for themselves and they're probably thinking we're not doing that. But, like, if he's in the building, how does somebody not get him to where he needs to? Like, there's no communication. Hey, man, 5 minutes. Hey, we got a defensive meeting. Like, how do the trainers not even? I don't know, man. I don't know what goes on. So we're grading Mike Kafka now, right? This is all falling under him. He's the interim head coach auditioning to be the Giants coach next year. No way. We get in the game. And he's trigger happy. He threw a challenge flag when Josh Jacobs is running up the sideline. Great run. He's on the other side. You can't see that. The first thing I said was, who's talking to him in his headset, telling him to challenge that early in the game? Waste the challenge, lose a timeout. And then, after you're trigger happy, you're gun shy when Wandale needs you to challenge the play for a first down. And I don't know, man. It's more of the same. You can fire Brian Daboll. It does not change the Jimmies and the Joes. You could change the X's and O's. And speaking of the X's and O's, man, they ran the ball without Scataboo, right? I actually did want to give credit to Joe Shane for Devin Singletary. I wish I bet Devin Singletary. I bet every player on the Packers to score. Shout out to Christian Watson. Turned $10 into like $350 off of him scoring twice. I just knew one of the, I didn't put money on Romeo Doubs. And that's another thing. How many drops for Romeo Doubs? And another thing, you knocked Josh Jacobs out of the game. You knocked Jordan Love out of the game. You have to win that game. You got to win that game, man. You got to win that game. You're going for it on 4th down, but ultimately, and the calls are rolling in, and I don't have that much time to keep going. But ultimately, after a fun game, I have a lot of friends that went to that game, people that are Packers fans, people that live in my building, people that I know, been planning on going to that Packers-Giants game. They got the legacy jerseys on. You know, the whole thing, and I said this before, the Giants think a lot about that building. They think a lot about the attendance and what fans are going to see. Fire Dable. Yay. Sit Russ. Yay. Here comes Jameis. And then the conversation all week was, well, you know, Jameis is going to throw some interceptions. He probably should have had 3. Probably should have had 3 picks. But of course, how does the game end? With him throwing an interception in the end zone. And it wasn't his fault. The dreaded Jameis interception does pop up, but it wasn't on him. It's on another Joe Shane product. Jalen Hyatt, I don't know how you're one of the fastest guys on the team and you're not running your ass off on every route. You barely get to play. They're calling you a bust. They're giving you an opportunity here. You see Isaiah Hodgins come back to the team for 40s. How does that not make you hungry? How does that not put you on alert? How does that not raise your antennas? The game is on the line, bro. What are you doing? The game is on. I'm sitting on my couch like that's so wrong because the quarterback is in rhythm throwing the ball to a spot in the end zone. And you know who knew? The safety knew. So at least go play DB and knock that ball down, but you stopped your feet. It's a flag route. It's a corner route. It's one of those combo routes that you have to run. You have to run that play all the way out. Whether it's a clear route and you got to take the safety with you, you got to run that all the way. There's not even that much room. It's like 20 yards of space. That was so disappointing. And then after the game, so just got to make a play. Just got to make a play. Bro, get out of here. Just got to make a play. You got to know the play and run the play until the play is dead. And the season's dead. 888-808-1019. Now it's time for Tankathon. Javonte, Tank Davis, Tank Dell, Tank Bigsby. It's not a beater. It's not an A shirt. It's a tank. And when you look at Tankathon, Giants are always up there. It seems like the same teams are always up there every year. I just was talking about Ashton Jeanty. The Las Vegas Raiders are up there. You know the New York Jets. You can count on the Jets to be up there. The Browns, the Saints, the Titans who picked number 1 last year, and the New York Football Giants. So I guess it worked out in the end. You lose that game, but you had fun for a little while. Thought you could win. It was fun until the very end, but ultimately you lose, and you got the number 2 pick right now, and that's not going to hold. Your strength of schedule, and I just think with Jackson Dart coming back, you'll be able to compete. You should be able to beat the Commanders. You should be able to beat J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings, the Raiders. Like, if you're a Giants fan and you just saw Monday Night Football and how much fun those Dallas fans had in Vegas, how come you're not on Google Flights right now trying to book your trip for that game? That's the end of the season. That place is immaculate. Allegiant Stadium, if I was a Giants fan, I'd already be booked. 888-808-1019. Let's get into these calls, man. And as far as Jackson Dart coming back, my last little bit, I'll keep sprinkling things in. I know Cam Scataboo and Abdul were at WWE. I know Shane Bowen is about to break a record and set a record already with the blown losses or blown games and the losses. But as far as young Jackson Dart is concerned, you play him. When he's ready to go, you play him. For his own development, for his teammates, for the want to buy-in, and for the sake of the fans watching these games, you play him. Now, I did have a thought last week about potentially keeping him out for 2 weeks because you got to go to Ford Field and face the Lions, who just got hosed last night, and it was a tough battle with the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're going to be pissed off, and they're going to be ready to go, and they're going to be ready to beat up on the team. And it isn't just the concussion with Jackson Dart. This guy lost a tooth. He had an ankle injury. He got beat up. Like, you guys saw, he was getting his ass kicked for weeks. So, giving him 2 weeks to rest and then come back to finish the season, like, I understand that. But for the most part, I think that they're going to play him. If Jackson Dart is ready to go and clears concussion protocol, he will be your starting quarterback. He's still in it as of today. But if he comes back and clears protocol Wednesday, Thursday, he should play against the Giants. Rich is in Brick, New Jersey. First up on the Fan. Go for it, Rich.
Hey, Keith. How are you tonight?
I'm all right. Thanks for calling.
Hey, well, you mentioned that the Giants were at the WWE tonight. We finally got to see Carter actually hit someone, and this was the closest thing that, Giants fans actually got to see.
The jokes write themselves.
Actually blitz somebody.
there's so many jokes online. I was in the comments. I said, the Giants will do anything but win. They'll show up for WWE and not show up on Sunday.
And if I'm the head coach, I'm questioning Scataboo. You gotta love him, man. But he's not all there with his ankle.
No, he's
and
a nutcase. He's
doing
like
those bits and stuff like that.
No, he's like a full blown
He lands the wrong way.
They talk about football players. Like, he should be in Blue Mountain State. Like, he's one of those football players. He's like, he can hang out with Latimer from the program. Like, he is the run into the wall, bang your head again. Like, his body, they can donate his body and brain to science. Cam Scataboo.
He reminds me of the linebacker from The Replacements. Bring me the ball. I got the ball.
He is Bobby Boucher. He is he's a football guy. That is it. And he's in the UFC. He's at WWE. I'm like, bro, you were on a scooter Sunday in an air cast. And I saw his stream. He showed his ankle was good, but he doesn't care. He's out and about. He's done. So whatever. And the Giants are signing off on it. They're allowing it. So whatever. They know.
Seriously now, you were talking about one guy falling asleep. I mean, what else can Kafka do? He's trying to audition for a job. If he sits up for a whole quarter.
Sorry. Thank you for the call, Rich. You're breaking up. I'll take it from here. What else can Kafka do? I mean, I guess you got to discipline him. I guess you got to sit him for a series, but you can't, you can't bench him the whole game. I don't know. I guess it teaches him a lesson, but it makes the Giants more of a laughing stock. That's just one giant mess. It's just something else that is added, right? Tiki Barber last week was talking about the leaks that came out about Brian Daboll blowing up at Kafka. And, basically you have a Giants legend, a former Giant, one of the best ever, saying, shut up and play football. What does that do? Stop being like that. Now we got another leak. They wanted to keep this in-house. So, it doesn't help the situation. Those reporters got right to it. As I shot to Dan Duggan, they got right to it. Oh, yeah, Abdul Carter missed a meeting. He was sleeping. And Abdul Carter got on Twitter. No, I wasn't. I was in recovery. It's different. It doesn't matter. You missed a meeting. Whether you were late, whether you were that's what Tiki was talking about today as well, being a professional. But then I go back to in college, he could probably be late. And I know today on Evan and Tiki, they even played Bill Belichick talking about Lawrence Taylor. He is not Lawrence Taylor, though. Even though he naively said, yeah, we need to have a conversation about that number. I wish he didn't do that. I wish he knew better. Just, hey, be humble, man. Lawrence Taylor, the best player on the team. Yeah. Bill Belichick goes to tell Parcells, hey, LT was late to the meeting. Why'd you start it without him? Why'd you start it? Timber Tony up in Montreal on the Fan again. What's up, Tony?
How you doing, man? Listening to you, and it's great entertainment. I was just wondering, Keith, did you get a chance to see the Grey Cup final on Sunday night in Winnipeg?
No, I barely even finished the Lions-Eagles game. By the time Sunday night football gets to halftime, I'm so shot. Sunday, I gotta wrestle my son. I gotta get him to chill out. By the time we get him down and I get in bed, I'm old now, so no. And I know you said it came on at 6. At 6, I'm probably watching Shedeur Sanders versus Baltimore. I'm watching Sam Darnold versus the Rams. And I don't know what channel that would have came on, but tell me about it. What happened?
So anyway, it was a good game, but there's a guy, Davis Alexander. I don't know if you know him from U.S. College, Davis Alexander. You might look him up, but he was playing on one leg. He had torn hamstring, and he went back in. But, he played on one leg. But the point is, I'm going to ask you a quarterback question. You're down to the last. They're down by, I believe, a touchdown and a convert, so you can get a 2-point conversion to win the Grey Cup. So they're on the 1-yard line. They decide to pull Davis Alexander out of the game, bring a cold backup quarterback that's supposedly a guy that can plunge in from 1 yard, even though they got a great running back. Of course, the guy gets stuffed, fumbles, and they lose the friggin'.
Thanks for the call, Tony. I'm sorry. We got calls coming in. I'm getting the wrap it up sign. We can't talk Grey Cup, Canadian football that none of us saw. I couldn't even get to the question. Send me an email. I know you send me emails, and we'll continue it there. I got limited time. I'm literally done in like 90 minutes exactly. We got to get to it. And I have so much more to add on the Giants, as Giants fans are calling. And Jets fans, we will get to you as well with Tyrod Taylor and Justin Fields and the money that they gave Justin Fields. And I don't know if you guys saw Mendoza from Indiana or Ty Simpson, or if you guys are watching college football. I know Loogie told you guys you should be tanking for Arch Manning. Hopefully Loogie saw Arch Manning this weekend and was like, yo, I'm going to stop mentioning Arch Manning on the fan. Like there's a lot more to get to. So, back to the Giants, it's like, what do you guys want now? Another season of tankathon, right? Another season of let's not win these games? Or do you want Jackson Dart to come back and compete? I think a lot of you are going to be in the compete campaign because you want to see him come back and play. Giants football is a lot more fun when you have a quarterback like Jackson Dart. I think we're going to be beyond the protect Jackson Dart thing. But two interesting things happened through the course of the week. A report came out that, the Giants really stressed to Jackson Dart, like, hey, Jack, when you see those safeties coming, get down. Hey, Jackson, you're 22 years old. You're our franchise quarterback now. I know we're going to call 25 design runs for you, but when you become a runner, please slide. So, like, on one hand, you have that okay. And I, if you're listening to me at all last week, I said, you know what? He's learning the lesson right now. Being concussed and being out and missing a game in your rookie year after you got elevated as the starter week 4, it's your team. You're taking over the city. It's Jackson Dart mania. Kids dressing up for you as Halloween. You're the guy. You lose that game in Chicago after he has 2 rushing touchdowns. He's not able to finish the game. And he's got all this time to sit and think as his brain is becoming unconcussed. He's got all this time to sit and think about his future here and who and what he wants to be. And I remember telling you guys last week, and I saw how many people resurfaced it. John Gruden in his QB camp literally said, what are you freaking, Evil Knievel? What do you do out there in Utah? Drive a motorcycle over the Grand Canyon? You're a nutcase, man. And he played him all his college clips in a USC Trojans helmet and in an Ole Miss helmet of him getting smacked. And he told him, hey, in this league, no more. In this league, you can't do that. And Jackson Dart, with a smile on his face, says, yeah, well, I believe in, you got to be +2. You got to be what? +2. What's that? When you get hit, you got to fall 2 yards forward, be +2 yards on every play. No. I'd rather you be -2 and stay in the game than trying to be +2 and be in the blue tent. 888-808-1019. So you also want to see him come back to see if he's learned, if that's enough to teach him. Live to fight another day. It's not worth it. And like, you're 22 years old. This is the NFL. These are grown-ass men. They lift weights. They're coming at you. They're trying to take your head off. I said it last week. They don't like you dancing in the end zone. They don't like you going viral in their end zone. Got to protect yourself. Let's see if he grows up. Let's see if he learns in this week. I just think at this point with the Giants, though, and I haven't mentioned this, and I'll do this quickly because we're going to go to the break and get to your phone calls more, and we'll really keep rolling. This head coaching search has become more and more interesting. This head coaching search, Jay Glazer came on the broadcast, and how funny of a name is Jay Glazer now in modern day time. I never thought about Jay Glazer like that years before, but now I'm like, Jay Glazer. Anyway, on the Fox pregame show, he says that the Giants could target, and he's an insider. He's in the know, and it's been for years. He's not putting anything out there that he didn't verify or get actual, like, maybe all these guys have already been, tapped on. Mike McCarthy, Matt Nagy, Arthur Smith, Steve Spagnuolo, Lou Anarumo, and Chris Shula. Glazer emphasized Rams, DC, Chris Shula. Him and Sean McVay are very close, called them best friends. And then obviously, like the Rams, for all we know, the Rams could go to the Super Bowl this year. Hopefully somebody stops the Eagles. And if that's the case, you won't really be able to get that full-on interview with him for a while. But that's the next part, Giants fans. Who do you want to coach this team? Somebody has to get it right. This is the most crucial hire since Tom Coughlin. 888-808-1019. And the job is becoming more appealing. And that's another reason why I'm like, there's no way they keep Joe Schoen. Because that's the one thing that's not appealing about the job. You're going to have a top 5 pick. You got all these players, young players that are talented. Man, you might have the chance because you don't need the quarterback, edge rusher, wide receiver, offensive lineman. Like, you got those checked off. Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, rather, Andrew Thomas. Like, you don't need those guys that usually go on the top of the draft. Like, this is the opportunity for a new GM to come back or come in and maybe trade back and get you a haul so that you could really add to this team. And so that 2026, it is a surefire thing that the Giants are ready to go and compete. This is the most important hire for GM and head coach. There's no way they could keep Joe Schoen. Keith McPherson on the fan. 888-808-1019. Call me up. We'll be right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic at UBS Arena on July 11th or at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 12th. From our friends at Live Nation. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you got to come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment. It's the first-round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Hey, neoyorquinos! Fast, reliable internet puede ser tuyo when you switch to Fios. Por tiempo limitado, combine Fios Home Internet and a line of mobile por solo $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay, plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store hoy mismo to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable red 5G 100% fibra óptica for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the 15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discounts enrollment required. 99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE might be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Right back at it on The Fan in New York. You know that. 12:35 on my watch. Keith McPherson on The Fan. We're talking football. We're talking Giants. I got to get to these calls faster. I will get to the YouTube chat as well. I saw a lot of you going in. Let's see. Chad goes, why are you talking Browns? It's New York. Trust me, I know. I've never been to Ohio. I've never been to Cleveland. Everybody is talking Shedeur Sanders. I can talk about the entire NFL. I'm like that. But let's go to the phone. Ross is in Bergen County. Ross, you're back on.
Keith, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right, man. I mean, it's just a trend with the city, bro. You name it, turf, ice, hardwood, not a single team in this city could draft. And it almost felt like I was thinking, getting back to a couple weeks ago, you know, when Dart was taking the field, Scat was taking the field, not so much Neighbors because his injury was early on, albeit in a win, too, looking back. You know, kind of felt like Carter was flying under the rug. And even having the half a sack in the whole season, he was kind of like the least of their concerns because, you know, you look at the guy still at the end of the day, he could finish a year or half of the sack. There's still an element of, well, it's still his rookie year. You're not happy by anything.
And there are other metrics that they measure them in besides sacks, tackle for loss, to show that they're effective. And PFF had graded him as effective, yes.
Well, I think you just look at Dart and Scat, too. Not only were they efficient, they were taking the whole league by storm.
So basically, it looked like Joe Shane had hit on the last 2 drafts. Impact players that were starters and playing and making a difference every game.
Yeah. I mean, you look at guys like, I think Drew Phillips and Newman are the 2 that stick out, or, you know, what complete 180 they've pulled. And
but then you have Theo Johnson, Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah, and really the big one's Evan Neal, right? And we're talking about, like, all these scandals now, or not scandals, but just, like, the drama around them. Like, even with the Jets, you kind of saw with Sauce. And now I think I know A.D. Mitchell couldn't catch a beach ball to save his life, so it's kind of like obviously they're happy with the pick comp, but Toss, not only was the production out there was kind of the drama online. A couple other names, I think Jermaine Johnson, one of them, or it might have been Quinnen actually, seeing him tonight. And now you got over here, you got Evan Neal talking about flipping burgers and everything, and now Abdul Carter's sleeping in the facility. He goes online tweeting. I mean, it's just, if you got nothing good to say,
New York football is amazing for radio.
It's a nightmare.
For Twitter.
It's a nightmare, bro. He's running around with half a sack like he's Bruce Jenner. And this is a third-round pick we're talking about. It's unbelievable, bro. And it just, like, kind of to go back to the offense, too, we're talking about you would think they were flipped. You would think Dart went 3rd overall. You would think Carter would put, 2nd, 3rd round? And the way we're talking about, like, kind of, I guess, kind of like moving the goalposts in terms of the season he's having. Yeah, he's effective here and there. This is a guy You brought up before the thing with the number. Like, obviously, no one was comparing him to Lawrence Taylor, but I mean, the hype, he was basically
yeah, but it's just like, bruh, you shouldn't have never even thought about. Like, I wish there was somebody else in your corner. Thanks for the call, Ross. Like, because now that hangs over his head, right? Shout out to Bobby Skinner, who made the joke on Twitter that Abdul Carter replied to, where Bobby said, "I guess he should have got that number 56." What he's alluding to is the reference that I just referenced, and that Tiki and Evan played with with Lawrence Taylor missing a meeting, and Bill Belichick telling that story. Whatever, Abdul Carter's following in his footsteps in one way, not the way you want. But then we hear more about other players. Like they say, Deonte Banks is falling asleep in meetings. Deonte Banks, you got to be in the front. You got to be taking notes. You got to be hand up asking questions. You know why he's falling asleep in the meetings? Because they probably are ripping him. So he's in the back ducking and falling asleep but don't want to hear it. This is bad. This is the pros. This is the NFL. It's bad on both sides. I saw this video from, I think, Badlands, where like these Jets fans on the Badlands podcast were smiling about the death of the elitism that Giants fans used to have coming off of the Super Bowls. And how the Giants have become the Jets, how they're very similar, and where they are in the drafts, in the tankathon, and the projected draft standings, not too far from the Jets. They have the same total of wins as the Jets. They fire their head coach midseason like the Jets did last year. Keep the GM. Yeah. What did we do in this city to have two of these football teams that over the last decade are like bottom 5 in the NFL and can't get out of their own way? The same old Jets and one giant mess. Now with the Jets, I already mentioned Chris Boyd, and prayers up for him. Hopefully he makes a recovery. That would have been terrible news for the entire NFL and the Jets, because if it goes from Marshawn kneeling to Chris Boyd, 2 players losing their lives in a matter of like 2-3 weeks in the league, and for the Jets right now, the Jets have to figure some things out too. As I asked the Giants fans, are you now full on the tank, or do you want Dart to come back and win some games, or now is it all the way, hey, get us the highest draft pick so we can finesse some things? The Jets in 2 weeks will play the Falcons with Kirk Cousins. That's another NFL storyline. Michael Penix Jr., who the Falcons took 8th overall. If you remember draft night 2 years ago, I came in wearing my Vic Falcons jersey. I thought that was the steal of the draft. Instead of them taking Dallas Turner like they were projected to, they take Michael Penix Jr., and I'm like, they got the quarterback. The quarterback's the most important. You're going to need him. And they ended up elevating him last year. But, and Giants fans remember this because you were looking for a quarterback that year and took Malik Neighbors. The MO on him was too many knee procedures, too many knee injuries, been hurt too much, and he's a little bit older. I think they said this is his 4th season-ending knee injury in like the last 9 years, 8 years. It's crazy. But what I'm saying is, okay, the Falcons who play indoors, the Falcons who do have some skill positions, but they're banged up, and now they're relying on Kirk Cousins. I think I was listening to C-Mac show last week, and somebody called and suggested that the Jets get Kirk Cousins. I'm like, boy, we will say anything. Draft Archie Manning, trade for Shedeur Sanders, go get Kirk Cousins. Well, I see the Jets' 3rd win coming when the Falcons got to come to the cold Meadowlands on November 30th and face the Jets. Jeff Ulbrich will be back in town. So if Jeff Ulbrich is back in town against the Jets, he's going to know what to do. His defense will be ready. The Jets probably lose that game by something stupid. And I don't know. If it's Tyrod Taylor starting, cool. But do not, and this is something that needs to be talked about, do not just take Justin Fields out of the game plan. You're paying him way too much money. 888-808-1019 to bring the Jets fans in on that, right? With all the guaranteed money for this year and next year with Justin Fields, it's kind of ridiculous. And I'll take a call, and then I will open up the can more, and I'll even have Fleegs weigh in on it because I know he knows. And shout out to Fleegs. He is just kind of abstained and fallen all the way back from as soon as he knew this new regime was coming in. I guess if you've lived it your entire life, it's going through the motions like the Giants. But for the amount of money that they've wasted on Justin Fields, make him the short yardage quarterback, have some design runs still in the offensive game plan. Let him get a series and let him be goal line. Let him be Taysom Hill. Why not? Jarvis is up in Harlem on the Fan. Go for it, Jarvis. Jarvis, bro, you've been falling asleep, man. I know it's late. Sleep is important. I literally sent out a tweet before this show, and I said, I'm going to do a radio show that you can listen to or watch, but you can also go to bed because your sleep is important, and it will be available at any time tomorrow. It's now tomorrow, and Jarvis, I got to let you go. You disappointed me, man. But I know what you were going to do. Jarvis is a former Jets fan converted to Packers fan. The Packers were just in town, beat the Giants. So he's probably going to say something about that. But first, he was going to lead with bagging on the Jets. That's Jarvis' main thing when he calls. He's going to say something about the Jets, how they don't know what they're doing. And they don't know what they're doing. Because now I'm about to unpack all of it. To give Justin Fields that much money and not have an exact plan for him to get the best out of him, right? You remember when Brian Daboll said that he watched every play of Russell Wilson's career? I was like, sounds like a waste of time. You could have just watched the last season. But I'm like, okay, he's doing his due diligence, right? This is the guy that's going to come in here and play quarterback to try to save his job. He's trying to see what he does well, what he doesn't do well, what has worked for him, whatever. What can he do in my system? Even though when we talk about wasting money, Joe Shane, I'm talking to you again. There's no need for you to sign Russell Wilson. You want to talk about lighting $10 million on fire and not giving yourself an opportunity the first few games? You signed Jameis first. You didn't need Russell Wilson here for what? For Sierra to pull up? Anyway, with the Jets, unpacking that situation, Aaron Glenn, no, let's start with Darren Muji because he's part of this too. A former quarterback that, I don't know. They better go get some counsel. They better find somebody that can identify the next quarterback that they're going to draft because this is all tied together. Your first opportunity, right? You come in and you tell a Hall of Fame quarterback and Aaron Rodgers, who's most likely out this week. Mason Rudolph probably playing for him. The NFL script writers are cooking, man. C.J. Stroud is out. Dylan Gabriel is out. Justin Fields is out. Aaron Rodgers is out. Who am I forgetting? There's some backup quarterback playing somewhere I probably didn't mention. Brock Purdy is back. But for the Jets to kick Aaron Rodgers to the curb, to go hand Justin Fields all that money is crazy. It's absolutely nuts. And not have a plan for him. And stupid me, I was convinced that since they were with the Lions, they saw him in Chicago, they knew exactly what style of offense they were going to run, they were going to maximize him. And stupid me saw Sam Darnold, saw Baker Mayfield, saw even like Geno Smith, saw some quarterbacks go to other places and prosper where I'm like, maybe this is next for Justin Fields because Justin Fields was supposed to be him. But now that you've wasted all that money, still try to get something out of him. Tyrod is frail. Tyrod is small. Tyrod cannot run. He's going to try and, be elusive and do a little bit here, but you can't put him in harm's way. You definitely can't. Now those design runs with Tyrod are gone. I would keep them in the offense with Justin Fields, and I would proceed that way. And you can trust that they're going to try to win every game. And when I look at the rest of their schedule, the Falcons game is potentially winnable. I no longer think they can beat the Dolphins now, but who knows? It's a December 7th game. Miami being a warm weather team, they do not want to be out here in the cold. I don't know if they're beating the Saints either, but maybe. Those are probably the only 3 games left for them to win. Falcons, Dolphins, Saints. They're not beating the Jags with what the Jags look like, especially down there in Duval. How about a mistake for them? I forget their GM's name. This kid comes in and is ranting and raving about, how you got to take chances. This kid's 34 years old. That's why I can call him a kid. James Gladstone, the new GM that traded up like he was trading up to get Eli Manning. And he drafts Travis Hunter, tries to make him the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL. Boy is a $175. Trying to go out there and play both sides of the ball. You knew he wasn't going to. I remember Devontae Adams in a podcast was like, nah, I don't think it's going to work, bro. It's too physical. It's too rough of a game. But anyway, let's get to some of these Jets calls as well as far as Justin Fields now officially is a waste of money. Justin Fields now, you've seen enough of a sample size that he cannot play the quarterback position, and they did not have a plan for him. He has been officially benched because Tyrod Taylor's knee is good, and he's ready to go. So they're going to try and win games. There is no tank. You know Aaron Glenn, he wants to go in the locker room and say, who wants to fly with them freaking Jets? So he's going to try and win games. And they're not worried about where they're going to be picking in the draft. But I'll say this before we start talking to you guys. They have to take a quarterback next year. This thing did not work. It's a mandate. What do you tell them? They got to take a quarterback. Right now, Fernando Mendoza at 3 overall is supposed to go take Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders' job in Ohio. And then that drops Dante Moore out of Oregon, who I'm not sure about Dante Moore. It's always risky taking these quarterbacks that don't have a ton of college experience, especially at first, right? That was the case with 2 other quarterbacks, Mark Sanchez and Sam Darnold. They didn't play their full college time out. They come from the West Coast. They come here. It's a lot for these young guys. So 888-808-1019. This Jets regime is now, they have the dead cap money from Aaron Rodgers. If they cut Justin Fields, I'll get the numbers on that. That's more wasted money. And then they got to draft a quarterback, and they better not miss on said quarterback. Johnny in Sparta on the fan. What's up, Johnny?
What's up, man? I think we should get Mendoza. I think that's what we.
If you
trade
can,
Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, go on.
Well, hear me out. I've been with the Jets my whole life. I have friends that worked for the Jets. They got fleeced on Le'Veon Bell. They paid Santonio Holmes. So all the mistakes. They paid Aaron Rodgers. You can't go backwards. You got a good coach who's a winner, who's part of the alumni.
You got They have a good coach who's a winner.
Well, he started 0-11 with the Lions. Look what he got behind
Campbell
Dan Campbell.
Yes, I understand. Go on.
So I'm thinking you traded Sauce Gardner. You've got 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner. You gotta draft your quarterback now. The time is now. If you got Mendoza there in April, that's Jets Christmas right there. Jets holiday right there. You got to take Mendoza if he's there. Because you can't look backwards. You've got to get your quarterback. This is it. We went and we betted the farm on on Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't work out. You gave him everything. Let him bring all his buddies in. You traded a third for Devontae Adams. Look what he's doing now in the Rams.
Yeah, they made a ton of mistakes. Thanks for the call, Johnny. I will not call Aaron Glenn a winner. Like, Aaron Glenn looks like the guy that lied on his resume a lot. He looks like the guy that embellished a bit, and when you get him there, it's like, wait, you don't know how to use Excel? Fernando Mendoza over Dante Moore, but I have a sneaky, I kind of think Ty Simpson could, because right now they have 3 quarterbacks in a row on Tankathon. Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, Dante Moore, going to the Browns, Saints, and Jets. And if the Jets end up having to take Dante Moore, I think he's not the one you want out of the 3. But there's so much to be seen, man. We don't really know. Jarvis is back. You have a good nap, Jarvis? You there?
No, I'm good. I'm here.
Okay, you didn't fall asleep.
How you doing?
Okay, I'm good, man.
How you doing?
Chilling.
Yeah. I want to talk about the Jets and about the announcement that they bench Justin Fields and then put Tyrod Taylor. So Tyrod Taylor start against the Ravens, which I don't think the Jets have a shot to beat the Ravens because the Ravens come out with a win against the Browns and try to make a playoff, try to win the division. It really don't matter with 7 games left. What they're gonna win? What the Jets gonna win 4 or 5 games and think it's gonna like their future is bright? Because I don't think they're gonna be good next year either. Because I don't think that. I know
they're never good, so it's a safe bet. Thanks for the call, Jarvis. I don't think they're gonna be good either. I definitely don't think they're beating the Ravens in Baltimore. But I like the storyline of Tyrod returning back to the team that drafted him and, Tyrod getting another opportunity again. Also, Tyrod being from Virginia, he's going to have his family drive up to Baltimore for sure. So good for Tyrod, man. I'm happy for him to get another opportunity. He has had a hell of a journey in the NFL since 2011. 888-808-1019. But, yeah, the Jets have made a ton of mistakes. And as much as I was just yelling and screaming about how crucial this is for the Giants, same thing for the Jets. You won the trade deadline. You might win one, maybe two more games here. And this regime of Darren Muji, Aaron Glenn has to complete the Holy Trinity. That's what I was calling it last year when I was saying Joe Shane, Brian Dable have not picked their quarterback. They're going to get the opportunity to do that. Whether it be Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart. They're going to get the opportunity to do that. Now, Brian Dable, unfortunately, he was head ball coach. They blew too many games. You can't be up. And that's another thing about the Giants this season, man. Like, that's frustrating to be in all of these games, but inevitably know we're not winning. They're going to find a way to lose. If there's one thing for sure, two things for certain, they're not going to win this game. Matt is in Hoboken on the Fan next. Go for it, Matt.
What's going on? I like the guy talking about the Canadian Football League. That was hysterical. I'm a little upset you cut him off. I wanted to hear what happened.
I was getting to wrap it up, and I don't have a lot of time. I don't know. Did you watch the Grey Cup?
I don't even know what that is. I just thought it was funny that he was talking about it.
Tony is a great caller, but on a night when I get like these 2 hours, we got to get to it coming off the weekend.
Yeah. No, all good. I listen to you every Monday coming back from men's league hockey. Yeah, I still try, but I am not great. Anyway, Jackson Dart, I think he's the answer. Roll him out there. I agree with you. He got to play. He's got to get the experience. Two, I think the Giants are a lot different this year already. You're already highlighting, like, they got the receiver, they got the running back, they got the quarterback, they got the defensive line. They need some help on the offensive line. They need some help in the secondary. Bad.
Their O-line has been good.
With injuries this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, their O-line was good with Jackson Dart. Their O-line kind of stunk with Russell Wilson. I think the O-line is a product of the quarterback being able to, make moves and make plays happen even when they break down. So I think Jackson Dart has made them better in the process.
I mean, did you watch Jameis? Jameis had time to throw the ball. I mean, he was able to stand there and throw the ball. He threw a lot. He was able to get the ball where it needed to go. They're not great, but they're better than they were. The Giants, the O-line has been a problem for a long time. This O-line is actually like decent.
I completely agree. I think they gained a lot of confidence with the Dart games though too. So, and then I know you compared I know you're a Cowboys fan too. I know you compared the Giants.
No, I was. I used to be. Yeah, I used to be a Dallas fan. I left that behind.
I have a lot of friends who are Jets fans, and as a Giants fan, I can confidently say this: we'll never be the Jets. The Jets are
No, you're right now. The Jets
historically. Right now, sure, but it's all temporary.
They're
figuring
it. Thanks for the call. Right now you're the Jets. No, you got the same record as the Jets. You got leaks coming out of your building like the Jets have. You fired your head coach. Your GM is still there. He's probably going to get fired. You're the Jets right now. You can't say that. And you guys can stop with I know you're a Dallas Cowboys fan because you don't know that. How many times I got to go through this with y'all? I used to be, right? People say, oh, you're not loyal. The Derek Jeter quote popped in my head today. Loyalty one way is stupidity. I don't need to be loyal to Jerry Jones. What's Jerry Jones done for me? 888-808-1019. We will get to the rest of the Giants calls, Jets calls. We'll probably keep it at that. I do want to sprinkle in a little Pete Alonso since Josh Naylor signed, and some Yankees since Ryan Yarbrough signed. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Stay with us. I'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Mike Kafka looked the part. He was aggressive. Sure. He basically, I don't want to say threw caution to the wind. I thought everything that he did was right, and I felt like they were a little bit more aggressive on defense.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is new
York's largest upscale gentlemen's club and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Also brought to you by Elevate Hydrogen-Infused Water, available at Walgreens and Duane Reade. Down Jalen Brunson and OG Anunoby. The Knicks battle but came up short to the Heat. 115-113. Unable to get a few looks in the final seconds to fall, but Mike Brown lamented a late 18-5 run by the Heat that helped seal the Knicks' fate.
There was a little stretch there in the fourth where we didn't really execute. We were playing out of our drag and getting some good looks even against their zone, and then we kind of went away from it. we got pretty stagnant or stationary with it.
Deuce McBride at 25, Mikal Bridges 23, Karl Anthony Towns 22 and 15 rebounds, but Knicks just 9 of 36 from deep, now 0-4 on the road to begin the season. It's been a struggle to say the least for the Jet offense and Justin Fields. Now it's in the hands of Tyrod Taylor. Fields heads to the bench in favor of the veteran, but despite demotion, Jeremy Ruckert full confidence in Fields being able to bounce back.
He's just a true professional, like I say every day. Not going to change how I feel about him, and just, I'm sure he'll be ready to go when his time's coming.
And Dak Prescott, 268 yards in the air, 4 touchdowns, led the Cowboys over the Raiders 33-16. Quentin Williams, 1.5 sacks in his Dallas debut. 39 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Never trust a big butt, a smile. That girl is poison. You young boys don't know that one, man. You young boys wasn't in the club. I wasn't either. But you young boys wasn't even close to the club. Inside the 1 a.m. hour on the Fan in New York, we're talking sports. I'm not going to get too much into the Knicks. Shout out to Deuce McBride coming back. Obviously, they don't have OG. Obviously, they don't have big-bodied Brunson. McBride went off tonight. I had a parlay, and my stupid ass, I put parlays together, and I had him for 3 threes and 15 points. He cleared that. But you know what busted my parlay? Thinking Landry Shamet was going to go off again against the same team, but little different circumstances. Only negative thing right now with the Knicks, man, that road record on top of the injuries and the defense, but they haven't won a game on the road yet. So anyway, just not too much for that. It's still early in the season. I don't care about the NBA Cup. I really don't. I think it's janky as hell. I think this is like the NBA showing the world. Like, we're trying. It's like you have star players. You're a global game. Like, some of the biggest stars in your game are from all over the world. You don't need that janky stuff. But honestly, it came from like FIBA and looking at soccer and I don't know. Let's stick to the football. 888-808-1019. We got plenty of calls. Bruce is in Flushing with us on the Fan. Go for it, Bruce.
3 varying points. Number one, I would not start Jackson this week. The kid had concussions. Detroit is going to be kicked off after last week. They're playing in Detroit. I would hold them out next week. That's what I would do.
Yeah, and like I'll double down on that. I understand them potentially doing that because like Aiden Hutchinson is over there. Right. Brian Branch is always headhunting. Like, there's some dogs over there. Like you put Jackson Dart in harm's way in Detroit. Like, they got some guys over there. Anzalone, like, they could light you up. And also, I think people are leaving out of the conversation with Dart. Like I said before, it's not just the concussions. He had other injuries he was playing through. I believe an ankle, something else, and we know he lost a tooth. So, like, they're trying to give him some time. I would not be against them saying, hey, maybe you come back for the Commanders at home.
Yeah. Second point, Mike McCarthy, I'm not crazy about. The guy there were 2 guys who interest me, Bags and the coach from Cincinnati, because you put those guys with the players in this defense. First of all, you see from this week, there was a lack of discipline on this team. These guys will put discipline on this team and will put the people in the right places and have an attacking defense, a blitzing defense, and that fits the talents of these guys.
Sure.
And you can always get some, a bad combination. Even though I'm not in love with Nagy, we put Nagy as the offensive coordinator and Spags as the coach. Don't know.
I mean, I know the Chiefs are 500 right now, and they're looking like they're going to miss the playoffs. If those guys are willing to come to East Rutherford and team up, that'd be a dream. That'd be there's no need to talk to anybody else if you get that okay from them.
Right. And one last drawing point. Did you watch the game on TV this Sunday with Drew Brees?
Yes.
Drew Brees may have been a great great quarterback. He's rotten analyst. I put on the game, and he tells me the strength of this team is the giant offensive line.
But like I was just saying, like they're not the best offensive line, but they're better than they've been. They have some weeks where they've graded out pretty well. But also that was Drew Brees is on assignment, I'm pretty sure, for Mark Sanchez.
Okay. And then there was one play.
He started doing this because Mark Sanchez is clearly out, and he didn't have too much runway. But go on.
But there was one play where most analysts knows the players on the offensive line. You could tell he had no clue who the players were. He said the right guard, he made a good block. Most analysts will tell you
they should have a sheet right in front of them. With the names, and I mean, you're supposed to study and know who these guys are too. So yeah, it's not great.
Take care, Keith.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, I went and looked up in my notes. Jackson Dart was also battling a hamstring and ankle injury on top of losing a tooth, on top of being concussed. So like maybe there is some thought to not playing him this week against Detroit. He's still in the concussion protocol. I believe he's going to, clear the concussion protocol. But when you're having the conversation about him coming back, make sure you add hamstring, ankle, tooth. Those are three things that are like, yo, this kid got his ass kicked. He got beat up pretty good. Maybe he needs a couple weeks. And I don't know. With this head coaching search for the Giants, I just feel like they're going to screw it up. I feel like they've already given off this energy, this like elitist energy of like, okay, so like a couple things. Bill Belichick, and I wanted to speak on this. Bill Belichick came out, and I said Friday, I read his whole statement that Jordan Hudson wrote. Bill Belichick came out and basically said, I'm not interested in any NFL jobs. And people said, oh, that's him saying, I'm not interested, before they could say they're not interested in him. Then they proceed to lose to Wake Forest, and I think the final score was something like 22-12. Bill is having a rough go at it, and I believe I saw a stat, like not a stat, but like something flash where it's like he's got to beat Duke and NC State to be bowl eligible, and I don't think he's going to be able to pull that off. But there was this, and this is why I hate the internet. The video, the final score was 28-12. It should have been 22-12. There was a video of the head coach from Wake Forest who took his hat off and was going to greet Bill Belichick at midfield. And, of course, he's a coach, and I'm sure he's the greatest coach or whatever. People say the greatest coach of all time. He took his hat off to shake his hand and greet the old man. Bill Belichick had his arms crossed, and I'm watching the video right now. Bill just kind of gives him the handshake and then doesn't even look him in the eye and goes past him. Now, a lot of people wrote that as he's being a sore loser. He's a word I can't say. But then I looked deeper into it, and I did not watch the game, but I went back and looked. Wake Forest scored a touchdown, which it's their prerogative. But Bill is old school. With 22 seconds left in the fourth quarter, no huddle, shotgun, a rush to the right for 2 yards, touchdown. Now, I don't know what the spread was, but to Bill, that might have been Bush League. You feel me? Like, he might have looked at that as like, yo, you were already beating us by 10. You could have taken a knee there to kill the 22 seconds. Instead, you scored. So don't leave that out of the conversation. I think I heard BT and Sal talking about, oh, did you see Bill Belichick? And it's like, yeah, but there was more to the story. Bill Belichick's been doing this a long time. You think he doesn't know his position and who he is in the world and how other coaches and other players and people like look up to him and treat him? Of course he does. But I think he looked at that as disrespect. I would too. Like, you didn't have to score on us right there. You didn't have to punch it in right there with 22 seconds. You could have let that game finish 22-12. So I think that it was more Bill being like, you don't respect me because you disrespected my team. You rubbed it in. You scored a touchdown when everybody knows, like, you're supposed to, all right, just knee it out, run the clock out, whatever. That's your prerogative. But then don't expect to run over into the middle of the field and shake Bill Belichick's hand and take your hat off. I don't got the time for you. You're a nobody to me. Bye. 888-808-1019 if there's any Wake Forest or North Carolina fans in the audience. Who's going to coach these Giants? I don't know. I ran through the list of names, and I just think that it's such a huge decision because it's got to work with Jackson Dart. You're going to have a top pick. You already have so much talent, and these fans can't take it, man. These fans can't do another year of like tankathon.com. Season's over by Halloween. We're bums. We're in the bottom of the league again. We're a laughingstock. We're the Jets. Rob is up in the BX on the Fan in New York. Hello, Rob.
Hey, Keith. Thanks for having me. What do you think about Kevin Stefanski and Jim Schwartz, or some combination of the two? And then also, do you have any ideas for a new GM if they fire Joe Shane?
Jim Schwartz, isn't he? Where's he right now? He's the defensive coordinator with the Browns under Kevin Stefanski.
With the Browns. I mean, honestly, I would take that whole coaching staff. I think they're just, offensively they're not doing well because of
Are the Browns going to fire him? I mean, I know they're not good.
I mean, I don't know. But if they don't fire him, the DC is available. Meaning
he is a good coach. He's regarded as a good coach across the league. He won Coach of the Year, I think, when they made the playoffs 2 years ago. If they let him go, that's definitely somebody that you interview.
What about GM candidates? Do you know any?
You might as well go get Louis Riddick if we're getting the former Browns together. Go get Louis Riddick, Thomas Dimitrov. I always go back to the Jets and the 33rd team, and they interviewed so many GMs. I'm like, there's got to be somebody in there. But then again, this is where I come to the Giants. They view themselves, they're elitists. They view themselves like not like the Jets. And what the Jay Glazer report was trying to send signals out to the world was, we're not going to interview that many guys. We don't need to have 15, 20 guys interviewed. We're going to narrow this down to a few candidates, and we're going to go from there. And I'm like, I think you need to cast as wide of a net as possible. And it should have started as soon as, last Monday when you fire Brian Daboll. That's what Joe Shane should be working on while he's still employed.
Yeah, I think it needs to be some proven commodity. I don't want to.
And Rob, you know who they should really ask? Not you, not me. The coach that they hire. They should ask the coach that they hire. Who do you suggest we hire as GM? Who would you like to work with? Who would you like to go to ShopRite and pick the groceries for the dinners you're about to cook? Like. That's where they need to go and find the GM instead of Joe Shane, who hired Brian Daboll, and saying like, oh no, he's put together a good young nucleus of talent. Where Deonte Banks, Jalen Hyatt cost you the game. Like I can't. You can't. I don't know how this guy survives.
I would cut Jalen tomorrow.
Yeah, I would have cut him after the game. You gave up on the play. Why is there no urgency, bro? You don't ever get to rock this much. Why are you stopping on a play? Thanks for the call, Rob. I'll never get over that in football. Like there are so many people. Look at Isaiah Hodgins. There are so many people that wish they could play football. Wish they could be on the New York Football Giants out on that field running with a chance to score the game-winning touchdown. Run the route hard. The ball's coming your way. Like you could have been a hero. Just got to make a play. Make a play? You're like, play. Like, what are you doing? Oh, and as a former quarterback and wide receiver, that is egregious. And Jameis said, oh, yeah, our timing needs to be a little better. No, Jameis, you read the defense. And obviously the safety's over the top, but the back of the end zone's right behind him. There's not a lot of room. You're throwing that ball in the end zone with seconds left, giving your receiver a shot. He's the fastest guy on the field. Run and go up for a jump ball and try and make the play, or at least be in position to play defense and knock it down. I think I saw Gunnar Olszewski do that. I saw him play defense on a play, not in this game, but maybe a game before. I'm like, that's a guy. As I talk about, there are guys that want to be in the league so bad. That's a guy that's a journeyman that has fought special teams, returning kicks, fighting for his opportunity. Why do you think Daboll had him in there over Jalen Hyatt? Because he knows this guy's going to give his all. This guy's going to compete. This guy's not going to let us down. With the game on the line, you're relying on a receiver that you absolutely couldn't rely on for the last 2 years he's been here, 3 years that he's been here. 888-808-1019. It's despicable, Joe Shane. And this is a negative mark on you, current GM, because you were pumped up to get this kid. How come? What is in his head? What is he thinking? How is he being coached up? How is he being prepared? I think, shout out to Authentic. And I've been doing my due diligence this year. I don't know everybody on Giants Twitter, but I have followed a bunch of the Giants Twitter film people. And Authentic put out a clip where Jalen Hyatt, Jalen Hyatt getting the blame for the Jameis Winston interception that basically ended the game. I'm not sure how this is being coached, but the Giants ran the exact same play earlier in the game. Hyatt ran the route different. Maybe there's an option installed, maybe not. Jameis took the blame in the presser and alluded to timing being the main culprit and not getting reps to build chemistry with players. Looks like Hyatt may have been looking for a throw to the inside with the DB playing the corner. No. That's not the concept. It's a smash route. The guy on the outside running that route is supposed to pull the corner down, and whoever is inside with him, that's leaving you one-on-one with the safety. I'm watching the film again. I'm watching it right in front of me. You got to run that route hard. He ran it hard with more space. He ran the route hard when they were at the 28-yard line. He ran his route all the way when they were at the 28-yard line. He breaks and he gets to maybe 4 yards away from out of bounds. And then when they run it from the 15-yard line, and before I said you had maybe 20 yards of space, the end zone is 10. So you have 25 yards of space, but really not even, because you're not going to the back of the end zone where he runs that route. He does not run full speed, but if he ran it like he ran it the last time, he would have been closer to where the ball was instead of looking like, oh, I'm not getting this play. I'm just going to turn my head around. There's no way this ball is coming to me. Why not? This is Jameis Winston. He's throwing in rhythm. He's throwing on time. And you know what he probably remembers? Okay, we just ran this play. And when we ran this play, I quickly got it out and threw it into the middle of the field. Okay, now there is more field, and Hodgins caught that one. Now there's more or less field to play with. I don't have that space. They jumped on it in the middle of the field. I'm going to take my shot one-on-one with Hyatt and the safety, and I can't do that. Game over because the safety's sitting on it, and I don't have the receiver in the picture to even go up and contest it, go up and knock it down. He quit on the route thinking he's not getting the ball. As fast as Jalen Hyatt is, I'm watching it over and over again. As fast as Jalen Hyatt is, his feet slow down. 1, 2. He goes in a little bit, and like the defender makes him go in a little bit, so maybe that slows his path down. But you're fast. Turn. Break. Unforgivable. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Los?
Hey, so I was just about to talk about the same thing, but before that, they need to change the water fountains at the Garden because the Rangers started 0-4 on the road, and now the Knicks are 0-4 on the road. So something's going on there.
Law of the Garden. Something is going on. Something in the water over there at MSG.
I was looking at the same thing. Like, even if Jameis underthrows that ball to the corner of the end zone, that's a touchdown if this guy's running full speed.
You didn't give him a shot, man. It's so disappointing. The ball is there where, like, if you're running hard, you could at least tip it. Like, knock it down or try to go up and make a contested. Don't you want to be the hero? Don't you want to have your moment 13 wearing Odell's number? Don't you want to score a touchdown like Odell scored all those touchdowns back in the day? Right. Don't you want to get people off your back?
Right. That was another one of my points. Why is he running that route? Isaiah Hodgins should have been running that route.
Yeah, but it's just so... Like, I just was looking at like I said, go to Authentic on Twitter, and he spells Authentic AWTHENTIK. It's personnel. Isaiah Hodgins just got here. And when they lined up on the left side of the field in whatever they call that formation, whatever they call that personnel, Hodgins is on the field. But Hodgins is the outside receiver on the right side. So maybe, let me see. Let me go back. He's on the ball. He's the X. Like, it just when they call those personnels in those packages, that's where he lines up in the huddle. There is no thought to switch it. And you know what? He's not thinking that this third-round pick that's a young, fast player on the team is someone that he can't rely on. But then, they talked about chemistry and reps and whatever. I blame Joe Shane. That's the guy that you wanted, and that guy's been here for 3 years. He's not ready for the moment.
Now, was that progressions or he was going there regardless? Because if you look at it, like I kept looking at it too, if he would have looked and looked back, Wandell was open in the middle because his man went over to that corner. But I don't know. Maybe that was just it. That was his first read, and he had to go there. That was the play.
Yeah, I'm watching it again now.
Watch Wandell in the middle. His guy leaves over to the corner a little bit.
No,
he throws his hands
he went to the right place. He went to the right place where he had to go with the ball. Maybe if he holds on to the ball a little bit because he had a little more time, but Jameis is not holding on to the ball. He's a pro QB. He knows to let it go, let it rip, because these DBs sit on it. Hyatt's got to be in front of that ball. He's got to cross the safety space.
Right.
He's got to cross the safety space.
Yeah, so we figured Detroit on Sunday, 5 picks, right? It's either 5 picks or 7.
Well, they're banged up. If Terrion Arnold and DJ Reed come back, yeah. But it doesn't matter because
5 picks or 7 touchdowns. Which one?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's out there. If it's Rock Ya-Sin who got called for that bogus pass interference, that's another thing about the NFL. Who tells you that the NFL is bogus? I'm getting tired of it. It's getting really crazy what we accept as fans. What they call on the field and don't reverse.
There was one third down play that was crucial for us on defense, that pass interference that wasn't really pass interference. We had stopped them.
It's phantom.
And they called
And you know what? There's repercussions for everybody. Coaches get fired. Players get sat down, benched. GMs get fired. These refs, there's no repercussions for them. They can just go out there and be fans. Thanks for the call, Carlos. They just go out there and watch the game as fans, and they think they saw that. Bro, I'm watching it again, and I fell asleep. I tweeted out, I said, I fall asleep and I miss NFL bogus. Like, the NFL is so bogus, and we just accept it. And then I attached the play from the morning. I heard Evan talking about this today. Like, the NFL starts and ends with a 9:30 game in Madrid where the ball is uncatchable. The ball is 10 feet in the air. Actual New York Giant couldn't have caught that ball. And they call pass interference there. It's not catchable, bro. And Mike McDaniel is freaking out. He's trying to keep his job. He's like, bro, they're hosing us. But that's what they do in the NFL. And we just accept it because we're like, oh, I need 20 more yards for my parlay. Oh, I need 5 more points for my fantasy team. Oh, well, if this team wins, No, call the game right. This is the highest level of football with the world watching. They're literally in Spain. And they call this nonsense and they can't reverse it. As much as they're going to try and ban the tush push and change other things about the game, right? They want to keep the game safer. You probably saw Brian Branch last night. It was so quick. I think it was Jahan Dotson that he had the helmet-to-helmet on. And this is what he does. He's got a lot of these on his rap. But it's so fast in the NFL. It's hard when a guy is catching a ball, turning, and the defender is coming to, put a hit on him. The guy turns his head into him. Boom! It is what it is. But they got to get better at this, and they got to find a way. Like with the technology and cameras in Super HD, and New York having the ability to override calls and send a message in that that's not a catch, they should be able to do the same and say that's not pass interference. Anywho, Jay is in Harlem on the Fan. Go for it, Jay.
Hey, I'm calling back. Got to defend my man Joe one more time. I just want people to be consistent when they criticize them. Like, if you criticize them for things, you got to give them credit too. For every bust you're talking about, like, there's good plays. Like, the O-line has been rebuilt. They ran the ball beautifully. No Jackson Dart, O-line. People love to complain about. It's good. It's like people go, he drafted Jalen Hyatt. Like, every guy has bust. Every good GM, Howie Roseman, has bust. Like, nobody's. But
they're able to overcome them with depth, and they find a way to win. They lost, and they keep losing.
Coaching. So is that the GM? because they're losing the game.
Yeah, when you fire the coach
game,
and then
bro.
the interim head coach still can't win the game with these players, a game that he was in. They did run the ball well. I gave him credit for Devin Singletary. He signed Devin Singletary after he lost Saquon.
All the O-line drafted, like, that's all him. Like,
No, David Gettleman drafted your best offensive lineman.
The other four is from Joe Shane. That's 4 out of 5 from Shane, bro. And then in every game they're scoring. It's not like they're getting blown out. No point. They have just as much talent as every team they're playing against.
Yet they still lose.
Better. That's not the GM, bro.
It is the holes in the roster. The GM. I don't care if Vince Lombardi himself came to coach this team. Thanks for the call, Jay. That's enough. See, like, this is how I know you Giants fans are down tremendous. You Giants fans are down astronomical over the years. You don't even know it. There's people protecting Joe Shane at this point. How many losses can y'all stomach? Like, what are we talking about? Finally having just a average NFL offensive line, we're giving him credit for 4 out of the 5 linemen. Okay. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. They drafted him. He's been all right. Not great. Yeah, you got to go get Runyon. You got to get Van Roten. You got to get Illuminor. You got to get, but like, I can't give you credit for putting together an all. That's your job. When one of them goes down, we're relying on James Hudson. Go back to that Cowboys game. Maybe that would be a little different. Right? Andrew Thomas, great. Andrew Thomas is a great player. He didn't draft him. He just paid him. When you lose games and there are glaring guys on the field like Deonte Banks, who you traded up for, Jalen Hyatt, who you traded up for, like guys that you made moves definitively. That's my guy. Bro, listen to Tiki Barber. Tiki Barber's talking about how you got guys like, shout out to Cordell Flott. I think he's a little bit of a player, but that's what he is, a little bit of a player. He's not a big body guy. But Tiki Barber was talking about, I don't know how you draft these guys that are not physical guys, that are not physical specimens, that are not football first guys. That's part of Joe Shane's job. Let's go seek these guys out that are like, they're really men of men. It's the NFL. And when you don't have them, you get exposed. When you don't have enough of those guys, and you don't have enough of those dogs, when you don't have enough of those G-men, you fold every single time. It comes down to somebody folding every single time. Penalties, somebody in coverage, somebody not running a route, all these little stupid things. And so as you're grading the GM the rest of the way, these are marks against him. These aren't marks for him. If you won the game, yeah, Jay, in Harlem. If you won the game, you say, Devin Singletary scored twice. You know who brought him here? Joey Shane. That Joey Shane, he's not too shabby. He ain't half bad. He is. He's the opposite. He is bad. He's more than half bad. He is shabby, bro. I'm not going for it. I like I said before, people wondering, where's the message? Shout out to Gridiron Media that covers the Giants. He said, within 2 days of being fired, Joe Judge issued a long statement thanking ownership, players, coaches, and the fans. Not a single word from Brian Daboll since being fired. He scapegoated to Daniel Jones, Wink Martindale, and others. Then he got fired and pouted, classless. I replied to that. I said, in the drafts. He's had his farewell message to the New York Giants and New York fans in the drafts for 2 years. But he's holding this one. He's holding this one till they fire Joe Shane. Because I'm sure he can't go to sleep at night without being like, no way they did this to me and Joe Shane gets to keep his job. 888-808-1019. And not for nothing, the last we saw Brian Daboll, he had a Penn State hoodie on. And the rumors are circulating now. You guys keeping up with college football? Rumors are circulating now. They might be interested in bringing Brian Daboll to Happy Valley. I have to have Fleegs, when we come back from the break, Fleegs is going to speak up on Penn State and Brian Daboll and the Jets and Tyrod Taylor and all of this stuff, because this is coming back to Fleegs. Fleegs a Penn Stater, and he's a Jet fan. And Virginia Tech is expected to hire James Franklin as their head coach. Oh, it's official? Okay, it's official. And then, Fleegs will probably know. See, I know when to call on the guy. I think there's some type of clause in Franklin's contract that once they get the numbers of the Virginia Tech deal, however much more it is, like they won't owe him as much. Like if he's getting paid $8 million. Okay. Did you say that on air or you just said that in the talk back?
Sorry, that was just in your ear. It was privately renegotiated. We found out weeks ago. It went down from $49 million to $9 million.
Copy. Okay. The legend, Michael Fleegs on the other side of the glass. Keith McPherson here on the mic. 888-808-1019. We come back. We'll start with Fleegs, and we'll take your calls the rest of the way. I'm done in 20 minutes. Call me up. We'll be right back.
Boston is in Brooklyn playing the Nets. 7:30 tonight. The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. symptoms. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Then Big Mac is coming up next. Shout out to everybody in the chat going strong. See, as we get closer to 100K subscribers, the chat is bigger every night, right? We had like 140 in the chat, 135 right now. When Big Mac goes on, it's going to skyrocket to like 200. I'm not even joking about that. Big Mac usually has a good little crowd at night. I'm usually in the chat, but I'm like quietly in the bed, like just listening and watching you guys in the chat. Half of you are roasting Big Mac the entire time, and I did see Big Mac jump in and egg you guys on a little bit. But I am proud of this little bit of online chat community that has been developed during WFAN Overnight. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Something that we did not bring to the table. I mentioned it, but I didn't go into it. Cam Scataboo, Abdul Carter, Andrew Schultz on WWE, Raw, John Cena's last appearance on Raw at the Mecca, Madison Square Garden. Yeah, the jokes write themselves. We did have a call on it, and I mentioned it earlier. I don't have a problem with it at all. Scataboo is out. Scataboo is great. I don't know why. Has Scataboo on his stream demonstrated how he dominates a taco yet? No? He should have the Taco Bell deal. Somebody should come. There's so many taco spots in New York. Somebody hasn't capitalized on turn your head and eat the taco, or do you turn the taco and keep your head straight? Like, this guy, he thinks about it all, Cam Scataboo. But yeah, I guess he's thought about and must have a good agent and manager and team around him. He was at UFC, and he was there tonight, and he actually got active. He got into it. And when I saw the video, I got my little jokes off. Abdul Carter's there with the Giants belt, and Scataboo is there, and next to him is Andrew Schultz. And shout out to Schultzy, man. I'm always able to tell a story about somebody I know. Schultzy used to work out at Blink Fitness, which was above the MLB Fan Cave in 2014. And I had a membership at that gym, and days that I wasn't hungover, I would go to the gym, work out, shower, and then go to the cave and watch baseball all day. I ran into him a couple times there, and that was just on a like, yo, what's up, man? You're Andrew Schultz. Fast forward the year later, 2015, I get a job at MTV, and Schultz is doing Guy Code, and then Schultz ends up doing, I don't know if he ever did Wild 'N Out. Oh, he did Charlemagne's show. Charlemagne had a show called Uncommon Sense, and I was the social media manager at MTV2. So I ended up running into Schultzy there, and I've watched his whole grind doing comedy, real New Yorker, and he's gotten to a huge level now where he's with the Giants at WWE, Abdul Carter, Cam Scataboo, and like I said, the jokes write themselves. I wrote in the comments, I said, the Giants will do anything but win. And a lot of people ran with that too. So expect to hear about that all day on WFAN. Expect to see more of that. Cam Scataboo's out there with his full grill, icy grill. And I'm sure he had his scooter. No? He had his leg protected? Maybe. Anyway, 888-808-1019. I want to bring Fleegs in as we get the last calls up. So Franklin takes the job at Virginia Tech, and I saw the news broke at 6, and like a little inside baseball. 6 o'clock comes, I pick up my son at 6 o'clock, and then it's chaos from 6 to 8. From the time I pick my son up from daycare to feeding him to watching Paw Patrol, and then once you turn Paw Patrol off, it is, I want to watch Paw Patrol. It's a whole fight, and then it's a shower, and then it's story time, bedtime, prayer, lights out by 8. So I'm like off the grid. I'm not tweeting for the most part. I'm not watching anything, so I did not see the news in real time. But okay, Penn State gets rid of this guy. He goes there. Fleegs, would you like to see Brian Daboll come from the Giants to coach in your alma mater?
No, and I'm a big Brian Daboll fan. Like, I would take him with my NFL team if I had one in a heartbeat, but I don't think his demeanor is a good fit for
college kids. I mean, he was at Alabama, but that was a while ago.
And he was a coordinator, and was also under Saban. Like, his kind of thing, it's more old school. That works under a guy like Nick Saban, who is old school. Those guys are getting weaned out of the game. There aren't that many of them left. And as the head guy, with just the way these kids are now, I don't know if that
in
works.
The NIL era, he wasn't there when it was NIL. I mean, I'm sure there were still some benefits and some things going on.
It was Alabama, so we can bet that there was something going on.
Yeah, those kids were still getting hooked up, I'm sure.
The SEC created NIL. Under the table, yeah.
The boosters down in Alabama, they got no professional teams down there. That is their professional team. Now with the Jets, and I know I look at you as one of the Jets fans that kind of knew this was coming. There were a lot of Jets fans that were like, yeah, Justin Fields, Aaron Glenn, former Jet, this is our time. And I feel like you were one of them that were like, whether it was Twitter or on air on Big Mac's show, like, this is not going to work. So here we are. It's official. Week 12, Justin Fields did not work. They guaranteed him all of this money. How do you feel about Tyrod Taylor starting the rest of the way? Are you trying to win games? You're trying to lose games? You're trying to draft Fernando Mendoza? Like, where are you at this point of your 2025 Jets fan season?
I think if you're a smart fan, you have to root for the team to lose. But Justin Fields was losing for the most part. And I know he had a couple games where he was okay, but he was leading that offense in a way that was so non-competitive that it made it impossible to evaluate any of the other young players on the offense. Like, the Jets are a team that decided to, for some reason, come into the season with only one wide receiver. And everybody else was just an unproven nothing, and some of them are kids. Now Garrett Wilson's out, and you have to evaluate these guys. You can't do that when Justin Fields is throwing them the football. You can't
run the offense.
You can't develop Mason Taylor. Not that you really even need to evaluate him. Second-round pick, we know what he is. He's a good talent. You can't develop him if he's not getting a lot of targets because Justin Fields is throwing him the ball. Tyrod Taylor will at least try to push the ball downfield, and you can run something that is a semblance of an NFL offense.
Read the defense and get the ball to where it's supposed to be.
Sounds
against
simple,
that
right?
Defense. Like
how far are we lowering the bar for these teams?
That's why I said, like, it's bad. One of my homies was talking to me about it because I'm not a Giant fan, I'm not a Jet fan, but I watch all the games and I follow all the stuff. And I've been on WFAN these last 4 years, and it has been miserable for both sides. And he's like, bro, you get on the radio, and I know you love football. He's like, but you got to talk about the Jets and the Giants. He's like, you're out on the Cowboys. What's it like talking about the Jets and the Giants? I know you never used to care about the Jets and Giants. I'm like, it's bad. I'm like, I guess I would like to be in L.A. and talk about the Chargers and Rams, or like, I don't know, but like their radio is not like our radio. I'm like, what city? I guess in Chicago, their radio is good now because the Bears are 7-3. But that's the other thing. All these other cities really have just like one team. Like in Boston, they're talking about the Patriots every day,
and
they're
have
good.
Two that are worse than everybody else's one. Like, there were times where we had at least one good team, and you could focus on them when you wanted to be positive. Now we just have two teams that are the worst, and in kind of different ways.
And you're just waiting for the next Adam Schefter, Diana Rossini report or pop up something that's this happened, this guy's traded, this guy's benched, this guy's. It's a mess. It's a mess. 888-808-1019. Last call for my calls. Chris is in Bergen County on the Fan. What's up, Coach?
What's going on, Nate? How we doing tonight?
Bringing it home, talking football the whole way. Did not get to Pete Alonso and Josh Naylor's contract. Did not get to Ryan Yarbrough, and if Cashman's going to try and make him the bridge starter, but, we're talking football. And I know you get it as we're talking NIL, as we're talking about these college coaches. I mean, you're dealing with these kids in high school. It's damn near college now.
Yeah, we're dealing with it as sophomores. You saw it.
That's crazy.
I sent you the video.
That's crazy to me. Like, my sophomore year, I was happy that the starting quarterback went down, and I was able to finish out the last, 6 games of the season, but I didn't have any film. I have a logo. I didn't have video editors. I wasn't, wasn't thinking anything like that.
The crazy part about it is he holds 20 plus offers at least.
Wow.
All Power 5 too.
Wow.
Legit. I got a question for you. How do you bring in? Oh, and Fleegs, I really hate to tell you this, but the biggest Penn State booster is also the owner of the Bills.
Is that true?
Yes. So that might be a problem not getting Dable in there. Just saying.
Okay. So you think if their past relationship in Buffalo comes up, he's going to try and put a block on that.
Definitely. Well, ownership loved him in Buffalo, so why wouldn't they want him to,
Oh, they loved him.
And,
it's funny. They asked McDermott about him coming back the day after he was fired, and McDermott's like, we're not exploring that.
Yeah, that was the best answer ever. But how do you bring both of them in together and not walk them out of the building together?
I don't want to say it's lazy, but I feel like part of it is, hey, we're paying him to do the work. He's here, and Ian O'Connor put out the tweets about, hey, it's not a lock that this GM stays. I feel like they're like, hey, even with Shane Bowen, and this is something that I didn't say tonight, but everybody's like, how are they not firing Shane Bowen? He's fired. He's terminated. He's just finishing out the term. And I feel like Joe Shane, they're getting the last bit of work out of him. Put together a list, reach out to these people, do some due diligence, but it's not a guarantee that you'll be back either.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about that. No doubt. It's a bad situation altogether. And if I'm a Jet fan, I'm kicking and screaming to start Fields for the rest of it, because at least he got
this far.
At least he gives me the best chance at getting a legit
quarterback. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's going to be tight.
You put Tyrod in there, he's going to win you too many games.
Because now you have some receivers for him to throw to. Mitchell and Mechie. Yep. And God forbid Garrett Wilson come back at the end of the season.
Oh, forget about it. Don't even go there.
Yo, Coach, you're the man. Appreciate you, Chris. 888-808-1019. So, shout out to Anthony Rivardo. I think he's from Fireside Giants. Told y'all I'd be on Twitter picking up on who is who out here, with this Giants content. And he put out a tweet, in quotes, it says, and this is from Jay Glazer. He says, they're not going to have a head coaching search that's going to span everywhere. They're not just going to open up to everywhere possible and have 25 guys in. That's what Jay Glazer said on the head coaching search. So that, to me, makes me think they're not trying to be like the Jets, even though they are, because the Jets just did that. The Jets just had the 33rd team bring in 25 guys, and it was like, for what? To land on Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji, and that hasn't been so great. And then also Shane Bowen, the most consecutive games with 20-plus points and a loss. Since 1970, the 49ers have 6. The Giants are tied with the Lions and Bengals and some of their worst teams with 5. Right now, and they put the picture of Shane Bowen underneath that, right now, the Giants are going for the record. They're going to tie the record. Might as well go get it, Shane Bowen. Guys are sleeping in your meetings. They don't respect you. The opposing offense doesn't respect you. Malik Willis is coming in and getting busy. Like that, to me, I'm like, I thought everything was going. I'm like, they knocked Jordan Love out of the game. Jordan Love is taking an unnecessary hit on his shoulder. They knock him out of the game. They knock Josh Jacobs out of the game. I'm like, how did the Giants not win this game? Like that is the riddle every Sunday with the Giants. The Giants go up in Chicago. How do they not win this game? The Giants go up in Denver. How do they not win this game? The Giants score with 20-some seconds left in Dallas. How do they not win this game? Riddle me this. How do they find a way to screw this one up? So if they go up or they put up 20 points in another game this season, it's almost guaranteed because their offense moves the ball. That's the other thing, too. The offense does. It's not like you're watching the offense of the past with the Giants where it's like 3 and out. Can we get a modern-day offense? They're moving the ball, even without Malik Neighbors, without Cam Scataboo, and, of course, without Jackson Dart. But Shane Bowen's defense, they're going to let you down every time. Stupid penalty, first down, a catch, and, like, the things for me, you knock Jordan Love out, you knock Josh Jacobs out, and Romeo Doubs couldn't catch. He dropped so many. I have him in fantasy. I actually started him this week and survived it. I was like, this guy, he had 8 targets. He caught 4 passes. I think he dropped at least 3. But this is the Giants football right now, man. This is Giants football right now. Tankathon.com. You've been on it for the last few years as Giants fans. It sucks. But here we go. What else do I have from here? Oh, Anthony Rivardo. Quarterbacks when targeting Deontay Banks in coverage this season. They're 20 of 23. That's an 87% completion rating. 270 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. 155.2 passer rating. Anthony goes on to write, he's unplayable, yet he's starting for the New York Giants. He is barbecue chicken. He is the mouse in the house. He is the mismatch. He is the offensive coordinator is up there saying, hey, number 2, the guy wearing Darts jersey, go after him. Number 2, you're going to block him. He gets blocked. He can't make tackles. He gets stuck in traffic. He can't cover anybody. And I knew, oh boy, Paulson Adebo can't go on warm-ups. And I'm like, is he making a business decision? And I don't ever want to speculate. I don't ever want to speculate that somebody is, making a business decision to not go. But once he couldn't go, I'm like, this is how it starts to unravel. And the Packers were coming off of back-to-back losses where I was telling you last week, they're suspect. They lost to the Browns. They lost to the Panthers this year. You could beat them. Silly rabbit. But I didn't. This was actually the week that I didn't bet on the Giants. Not one bet. All I did was load up on who was going to score against them, and I cashed like plus 3,300 Christian Watson to score 2 touchdowns. Just threw that money on the credit card, pay the credit card down, Some light. All right, I'm out of here. C-Mac is coming up next. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Sorry I didn't get as much of you, in, but we'll do this the whole rest of the week. Stay tuned. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Brian Burns, who up until yesterday, because of Myles Garrett's prolific sack totals he's going to put up this season, was leading the league in sacks. Brian Burns has been fantastic. Dex actually in the earlies in these games is getting pressure. Kayvon Thibodeau, when he was healthy, and Abdul Carter, they're supposed to be dominant. But it's hard to be dominant when offenses know exactly what you're going to do.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, morning 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. 21 lead changes, 10 ties, but in the end, the Knicks unable to get a few looks to go at the closing seconds as the Heat survived 115-113.
What a game. I thought for the most part, both teams played really hard. I thought tonight, we didn't touch the paint and spread as much. They did a good job staying with our shooters.
Knicks just 9 of 36 from deep. Deuce McBride at 25. Mikal Bridges 23. Karl Anthony Towns 22 and 15 rebounds. Trying to make up for the loss of both Jalen Brunson and OG Anunoby. The Knicks still in search of that first win away from the Garden. Now 0-4 on the road this season. Tyrod Taylor is going to get his chance to lead the Jet offense. Justin Fields goes to the bench in favor of Taylor against the Ravens. Harrison Phillips knows the veteran more than ready for the opportunity.
You need to have good camaraderie in your room offensively if you want to do real well. So I think he's great at that. I know I'm not near as old as Tyrod, sorry brother, but I'm one of the older guys on the team, and so we have the old man coffee crew that comes into the training room to get ready for practice every day.
And Monday Night Football, Cowboys thumped the Raiders 33-16. Dak Prescott 268 yards, 4 touchdowns. Quinnen Williams a sack and a half in his Dallas debut. 38 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
the singing voice is still not right. That's just not right. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 202 on the Fan. The yes, sir is much better than the singing as of late. How we doing on this Tuesday morning? 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side with us. And we got you for the next 3 hours. We take you to the warm-up show with, I believe, Crystal Presti should be in today. Hopefully. He gets enough. I don't have to give him any more. 888-808-1019. You know, it's funny. As we sit here on this Tuesday, off of another losing week of football, and we turn towards what will probably be another week of losing football, it is amazing to me, and I talked about this a few weeks ago. These two organizations continue. They have now merged. And unfortunately for Jet fans, this is more of an indictment on the Giants because the Jets have been this for a long time. But both of these teams continue to just embarrass, as well as the losing, everything else around it. Look at these two teams. It's almost identical, right? The losing, obviously. Now we've got the leaks, constant leaks out of the building from both teams. As we found out today, or yesterday now, that what Abdul Carter was punished for and why he was benched, because he was sleeping during a walkthrough. He came out and tweeted, so you've got leaks. We just found out that the Jets are making a quarterback change. Did we hear about it from the coach? No. I can't wait for his press conference. I'm curious who he's going to blame, who he's going to be mad at, what questions he won't answer now. But you've got players like denying on Twitter, going to Twitter, whether it's Breece Hall, who's done this before for the Jets, and Sauce Gardner and everybody else. Now you've got Abdul Carter defending himself on Twitter. You've got the disasters that are the organizations, leaks, losing. Like, it's just unbelievable how poorly run and how embarrassing both of these franchises are. Like, it's hard to get away from him. We're going to get to the specifics about both of these situations and everything's going on. But it's just amazing to me that it feels like so many other teams will have their pitfalls and their ups and downs, you know, maybe outside of the Cleveland Browns. Like, there are a handful who are in the hopper right with the Giants and Jets. But it just feels like there are so many teams that even on a down year, but they will find a way to get back to respectability. They will make the right hire. They will do the right thing. They'll draft the right quarterback, like hopefully the Giants have. And maybe that's what will pull them out of the abyss here. But it is amazing to me that these are two of the worst run franchises in the sport. And they're having the same issues. Even like I don't want to get on Cam Scataboo. I don't want to get on Abdul Carter for going to have fun and going to a WWE event and having a good time and being part of the storyline. Like, it's one of these things. You're a young kid. You just became an NFL player. You get asked to do these things. You're probably a wrestling fan. It's fun, but like, you've only got one good leg, bro. You just had a devastating injury and you're on your feet pushing professional wrestlers. Like, that is so Jetsy, and that is just so, the optics are so bad. We have Jet players commenting on the quarterback change that no one inside the organization has confirmed yet. We haven't heard from the coach on it yet, and there are players speaking to the media talking about it. The coach hasn't said it yet. It's unbelievable. How did this happen? How did both of these teams become this? And, you know, the other thing, like, it's just so maddening. It really is. It's so maddening. And then you get to, like, what needs to happen moving forward. And this is the other thing, too, is, like, right now, unfortunately, again, both of these teams are in a dead season where it really doesn't matter. It's all about the future. It's all about next year. And right now, the Jets, I'm assuming, because I haven't heard from the coach on it yet. I heard from Diane Rossini on it. I heard from all the other reporters who've confirmed it. I've heard from a couple of Jet tight ends. So I'm assuming it's going to happen. But both of these teams right now need to make decisions based on the future. And without question, assuming the Jets are going to go to Tyrod Taylor, that's what needs to happen for one distinct reason. And I'm not breaking news to you. I heard BT say the same thing. It's everybody's opinion, and it's the right one, and I've been saying it for a while. Justin Fields doesn't run an NFL offense. He is not an NFL quarterback. It's quite clear. They brought him in here and paid him God knows why, and the amount of money they paid him in the 2-year contract. And we've gone on and on about the quarterback evaluation from this franchise and from this particular group of GM and coach and how it scares the hell out of me heading into the most important draft. You know, that's hyperbole. The most important draft in the last, the most important coaching hire in the last. I mean, we say it, I say it. And it might be true, but it's true every 5 years with these two teams. Less than that. But this is a huge draft to find their future quarterback. And I'm scared with the quarterback evaluation from this organization. But assuming this is true and they're going to Tyrod Taylor, it's for one reason. They need to evaluate the rest of the team. They need to go out there and put forth what is an NFL offense and an NFL passing attack and actually see what you have. See what you have is from an offensive line, knowing you don't have to block for 10 seconds because the quarterback doesn't throw the football. Or it's what you have from a young wide receiving core that you've just added to over the last few weeks where you're trying to evaluate who's going to be part of this team moving forward. Whether or not you've drafted a bust, whether or not you've added a couple guys with high upsides that can make a difference on this team. You need an actual quarterback there in an actual NFL offense just to find out what it's like and what kind of player and how they interact with a quarterback who can actually play and what you can expect from them moving forward next year when hopefully you're either rolling back another veteran quarterback or you're obviously, what I think they should be doing from day one, starting a rookie quarterback who's going to need as many weapons and good players around him as humanly possible. So Tyrod Taylor needs to be the quarterback, not because it gives them the best chance to win this week, because you know how I feel. Hello, my name is Chris McMonigle, and I'm a tanker. I think they should probably lose the football game. But you have to evaluate the roster. And unfortunately, the incompetence of this organization in bringing in a quarterback who cannot play and does not give you the opportunity to evaluate a roster has to go. So I'm assuming that's what's going to happen because those are the reports. And the players themselves are talking about it, even though the coach hasn't. And I can't wait for this press conference. I can't wait till he has to confirm reports that he didn't give them. Oh, it is going to be great. But I'm assuming they're doing that, and it only makes sense. And they probably wanted to do it earlier than this. They probably wanted to do it off of the Denver game. We talked about this when the owner spoke out at the owner meetings, that he wouldn't have done that without some inside knowledge that they were probably moving on. We waited all week, right around Halloween, for them to decide who the quarterback was going to be. It ended up being Justin Fields because of injury. This was probably on the table for the last handful of weeks. It needs to be done. And then you get to the Giants conversation that a part of me, like quite honestly, as we hear now, that Abdul Carter was sleeping through a walkthrough. He says he was, training or he was recovering. Isn't that all team-oriented? Did someone tell him, hey, we shouldn't be doing this? You have a walkthrough practice right now? I have no idea. It is so bad with both of these teams. But the conversation around the defensive coordinator, part of me, hearing all of this, reports that the team doesn't respect him, reports that there has been sleeping through meetings consistently this year, and I know we got to blame Brian Daboll for everything, and we'll get to that here in a little bit too. But as this team is showing lack of respect from the defensive coordinator, as this team is sleeping through meetings, as it feels like that is falling apart and can't make a stop at any point in the fourth quarter to try and attempt to win a football game, part of me wants to say, you know what? I ain't firing the coach. I'm going to keep the coach, and let's see who's a real NFL player. Let's see who cares enough about himself, about his teammates, about winning, about being part of a winning organization. Let's see who shows up after the embarrassment of the last handful of weeks. Now all the media circus around it. Now the news about your young rookie, third overall pick who is sleeping through meetings, who is now at WWE, who is fighting back on Twitter. Let's see who wants to show up. Part of me wants to do that, but I don't think they can.
I don't think he needs to be fired because of how bad they are. That ship has sailed. He needs to be fired for the same reason the Jets are making a change at the quarterback position. I can't evaluate this defense any longer because everything that goes on, whether it's the guys not showing up, sleeping through meetings, unable to get sacks, unable to get home and finish off a sack, unable to make a play on a ball, unable to cover, unable to turn their heads around. Whatever it is, it's all being thrown at the foot of this defensive coordinator, and I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. He needs to be gone, not because I need to see the defense play better. He needs to be gone because I need to start evaluating this defensive team as they're about to make a head coaching change, as they're probably almost certainly going to make a defensive coordinator change. And as soon as they're hopefully about to make a GM change, they need to, on tape, put together a performance where I can evaluate this defense. Because right now, it feels like whatever happens, it's because the coach isn't putting him in the right position, or the coach isn't calling the right game plan, or the coach has lost respect to the group. Like, I can't do it anymore. It's almost like the Daniel Jones situation. I can't debate what the reason is anymore. I can't have the face of the failure sitting there, and every time it happens, we're having this debate on if it's this or if it's that. Get rid of the coach, and then challenge these players to show up. Like, this is where it's at. I'm not even firing coaches because I care about winning. I'm firing coaches. I'm making quarterback changes. It has nothing to do with whether I want to win on Sunday. It's all about whether or not I can actually trust what I'm seeing for decisions that need to be made next year. There is no further indictment on an organization. Then it doesn't matter what happens on Sunday. All I'm looking for is next year, and I need to make changes just so I can trust what my eyes see. It is embarrassing to the nth degree. I cannot believe both of these franchises are in this state. At the bottom of the NFL, wins don't matter, and I'm making decisions solely based on the idea of I need to get a look for next year. And in current situation, I can't trust what my eyes tell me. Like, that is... It doesn't get worse. It does not get worse. And somehow, with now the leaks of, Brian Dable, and people think there's a Joe Shane Burner account out there talking about, this has been a problem. A lot of defensive guys are late to meetings. The guys are sleeping through meetings, and it's been let go. And finally, Kafka has been holding people accountable. I don't understand how John Mara and the Giants can look at this situation and not involve and not include the general manager who is the architect of all of it. He brought in the coach who's allowing players to sleep through meetings, if that's the case. He was on board with the hiring of this defensive coordinator. He's in charge of all of it. He's brought in the players who, the minute they start losing, think they can sleep through walkthroughs. He's the one who traded up for a cornerback who can't play, a third-round pick who doesn't run routes, a third overall pick who doesn't know how to be a professional. How does he escape the blame of all this? How could you possibly look at this and say, well, there is some talent here, so clearly he's done a good job? Yeah, there's some talent because they've been losing so much and they're going to get another top 5 pick. How many top 10, top 5 first-round picks do you need to accumulate enough talent where you can go, well, we do have a wide receiver and a running back? Like, yeah, you better. I mean, it is hard to fathom that this GM is going to somehow skate past everything that is going on with this team right now. Players giving up. Players not caring. Players who, again, I usually don't get mad about this stuff, and I'm not necessarily mad about this WWE stuff. And we all know Scataboo is a little out there and a different kind of dude. And that's probably part of what makes him great and what certainly drew us to him as a fan base. He's got to recognize he can't be pushing people around. Like, he's got to be more protective. That is a devastating injury. I'm sure he feels good. I'm sure he assumes he's going to be back tomorrow. But he's not. And he's got to be more aware of this. Abdul Carter just went through this, PR hit, for lack of a better term. His toughness is being questioned. His dedication is being questioned. You guys, we got to grow up here. And sometimes the optics, as much as you'd love to enjoy yourself as a young man, and I get it. I would love to be asked to go to WWE, sit front row, and be involved in the storyline. It'd be great. But, again, and I don't want to kill them for it, but, just have some awareness of what's going on. Why are these teams so unaware? Why is the Athletic more aware than the team is? Why is Adam Schefter more aware than the organization is? You've got leaks. You've got guys going to Twitter to defend themselves or make a statement. You've got decisions that need to be made not based on Sunday or beating the Lions, because God knows you have no prayer of that. It's about, I have to fire a coach just so I can not blame him and see what I got going on moving forward. These two organizations are just as poorly run and are, and the only thing is, at least the Giants, and this isn't to dog the Jets, because the Jets could easily be in the same position this time come April if they make the right decision. I'm nervous that they can't. But the Giants are in a position right now where you have the beginning of the answer. You have the young quarterback you believe in. You have him. Jackson Dart is the difference between these two teams. Everything else is identical. Jackson Dart is the difference. And as long as they make a good decision on the coach and a good decision on what should be the upcoming decision of who the next GM is, if they get those right, this could be a quick turnaround. We could be talking about this time next year, the Giants looking for their 7th, 8th win, 9th win. I firmly believe that. That's how quickly things change in the NFL when you find your answer at quarterback. That's how quickly this can change. That's how quickly it can change. They've got to go make the right decision. And I'm sorry, Joe Shane, you can't point to one or two good picks. You got to point to the whiffs on Evan Neal. You got to point to the whiffs on Banks. You got to Hyatt. The culture built around this team, apparently, that's not just the head coach. That's everybody. He's the face of the organization. They had the offseason hard knocks. He's the face of the entire organization. He's the guy. He does not get a pass on guys sleeping through meetings because he's not the head coach. He hired the head coach. Everything comes down to him, and he can't be allowed to stay. And I every day and everything that comes out and every story that we get from day to day, and it feels like it is day to day, every one of them point to there needs to be a change made everywhere. I really hope the Giants see it. And it's going to get to a point because they're going to lose these next two against two good football teams on the road. You got to change this defensive coordinator. You got to change Bowen just to see how the team responds to it, and that's sad and pathetic. And you got to change the general manager because it's not it, man. It's just not it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll take your Giants and Jet calls as we both, and I'm not looping them together. They're looping themselves together, man. It's the same stuff. Look at all the things that are going on. The leaks throughout the building. The lack of effort from players. The losing. The decisions that need to be made based on next year. The bad optics. Everything. It is a dumpster fire. Our football teams are dumpster fires. It's unbelievable. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. All right, so let's take your calls. We'll get the Knicks with a devastating, I wouldn't call it devastating. I just said it, but I don't know if I'd agree with it. Knicks had a brutal loss as they are now yet to get a win on the road. They still played pretty tough. Deuce McBride had a great fourth quarter. They had a terrible run and ultimately couldn't figure out a way to win this game. And this is the moments where you miss your captain, your leader, Mr. Clutch, down the stretch of close games like this. But they lose to Miami, haven't won a game on the road yet. We'll get to that. Obviously, we can continue to talk off-season baseball, as hopefully it should be heating up soon. Yesterday, we did get a chance to talk a little bit about Naylor and his contract. We did find out exactly the money that he got now, as it's being reported at about $18.5 per year of those 5 years. Again, what does it mean for Pete? And I'm still interested in the debate of Bellinger versus Tucker, because I keep seeing a lot of people commenting on it, and I have a strong feeling about it. And we'll continue to talk about it. Bellinger versus Tucker. Give me Bellinger. As crazy as that sounds. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. Quick break. More of your calls as we come back and take you all the way to 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
You have to be able to stop the run in the Northeast when you're outdoors. And if you can't do that, you're going to get steamrolled.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I can still remember my very first paycheck. It felt great, but waiting for it, brutal. With Cash App Direct Deposit, you can actually get paid up to 2 days earlier than some banks. That means your money is in your hands faster when you actually need it. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10, send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and get $10 instantly. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
WFAN will now transmit the weekly test of the emergency alert system. Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Leonard Skinner at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 229. McMonigle here with you on the fan. 888-808-1019. You could also catch us on the live stream on YouTube. You can listen to us here, obviously, WFAN 1019, 660 AM. And on the YouTube live stream, just go to YouTube, WFAN, and you will see my large but beautiful face staring right back at you. The chat is not void of everything else where people are haters. So let me just respond to a couple things. One, because I've seen this other places too. Just my idea of, just a couple weeks ago you were chanting for the coach to say now everybody has to be fired. That doesn't make any sense. Sure it does. I always said I wanted Brian Daboll. One, I've always said I thought Brian Daboll has done a better job than Joe Schoen. I've always said that. Still think that. If you ask me which one of these two guys have done a better job for the New York Giants, I will say Brian Daboll was a better head coach than Joe Schoen has been a GM. I've been open about that, clear about that. Could not have said it more times. And I didn't want the coach fired at the beginning of the year. With the way the team started playing with Jackson Dart, didn't want him fired. Even off the Denver game. Hey, they're up 19-0 in the fourth quarter against a team that's now 9-2 and just beat the Chiefs. They were kicking the crap out of the Denver Broncos. I know they blew the game and losing is losing. I get it. But off of that one loss, off of that one blown loss, after beating the Chargers, after beating the Eagles, and losing a game to the Saints because they fumbled the ball away and had 5 turnovers on 5 straight possessions, even off of the Denver Bronco game, absolutely. I was gung-ho about keeping the coach because of how the team's been playing and how the quarterback was playing. I thought the Giants were going this way. Totally agree. That's how I felt. I thought they were playing, they were any number of one different thing. There was 35 things that had to happen to lose that game against Denver. They're one of 35 things going the other way from winning 3 or 4 games against 3 playoff teams. That's how I felt. And 2 division champions, and right now, the favorite to go to the Super Bowl. That's where they were. That's where they were. And then from that point on, it kept getting worse and worse and worse. And then finally, even myself after the Bears game was just you can't continue to blow these leads. It changed. My opinion changed. But I was always of the opinion, if Daboll goes, Schoen goes. Have always been of that opinion. That is not a waffle situation. That is not a flip-flop situation. No Daboll, no Schoen. That's it. No Wolf, no part. That's a Teen Wolf reference if you don't get it. Absolutely, I've always been. So the minute Brian Daboll was fired, I was on, You have to get rid of Joe Schoen too. I think it hurts the coaching search. I think it hurts the appeal of this job and the allure of this job. I don't like anything about it. I think he did a worse job than Brian Daboll. I think he should absolutely be gone. Have always said that. I wanted to keep the coach up until a point where it no longer became feasible. And the minute he was fired, I wanted everyone fired. Pretty straightforward. Pretty obvious. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Anthony in Hicksville. What's up, Anthony?
All right, so I have a question.
Sure.
Are you open-minded to, like, trying to get an idea of why they did this, and then for it
Wait. You have to be more specific on who did what.
Why they fired just Daboll and not Shane?
Am I open?
Yeah.
Am I willing to keep an open mind on it? Yeah, I understand. I never thought that Joe Schoen, and here's before I answer your question and you get more specific with it, let me just say this. The day Brian Daboll was fired, even though I eventually got to the point where Brian Daboll shouldn't be the head coach any longer, I never felt like it needed to be done midseason. And I completely understand why you wouldn't want to fire the GM mid-season. I don't know if it accomplishes much. It's a lot of turmoil inside the building and all this stuff. I probably would have done it, but I understood why they didn't. The problem I had was the statement that's released after the firing of Brian Daboll and the pat on the back that Joe Schoen got about the young nucleus. I can't say that word right.
Yeah,
the young core.
No, I understand that. It might be a bit of a political statement a bit, but
he's running the search for the quarterback. He's running the search for the quarterback. When that statement came out, that's when I got annoyed. If they would have just said, hey, look, we're not making a change at the GM position right now. We feel like it's too much upheaval, but we are evaluating the entire organization, I wouldn't have said a peep. I'd have been like, all right, you better do it, but I'm not going to yell about it. But you said, oh, we've got a great young core. We've had good drafts. He's running the search for the coach. Like, that's when I was like, well, clearly. Well,
I think it's political. I mean, I think they believe that to some extent.
What benefit? What's political about it?
The benefit is that you're behind. Listen, they know they're going to stick with him. So they're going to get behind him.
Right.
And they're going to say the right thing. And that's just what they're doing. It's almost like this encouragement. We have this confidence. He's done this well and this well. And it's a defense too. But I think,
that's my
Chris,
point, Anthony. I'm with you. That's my point. It's not political. They're telling you. Then it's not like when you say it's political, you mean, they just had to say that. They're posturing.
Meaning like, this is something that it kind of needs to be said, so it is a bit political. And then there's also belief behind it. I think it's both at the same time. That's all. Listen. I understand what you're mad.
You want to keep Joe Schoen?
No, who said that? I'm
asking you.
Do I want to keep Joe? Well, it's not my team, but would I keep Joe Schoen if I was the owner? I know this is going to sound terrible. If I was the owner, maybe because of my personal relationship with him. Otherwise, based on the job he's done, I'd be really skeptical.
Well,
I wouldn't want to keep. My instinct is with you. My instinct's with you. They both should go.
Yeah.
Joe Schoen really isn't that good. He's missed way too many times, but I think they don't want to, the last thing they want to do, I think, is just get a new regime going.
I get it, Anthony. I'm sorry. I don't, you were talking in circles there, to be quite honest with you. I'm not sure what your point was. Like when you say, hey, they're just, that was just political. What I felt like you're suggesting is, oh, well, they just said that because they felt like they had to say that. They had to say he's done a good job. They had to say he's leading the coaching search because they wouldn't want to fire him that day. But clearly that's still up for debate, and he could still likely be gone. But they had to say that it's political. You're saying that they meant it. So it's not political. It's not like a facade or, something to try and hold off the masses. Like, they believe it. They think he's done a good job. They think he's built a good young core. They believe that he's the man for the job, and he's leading the coaching search. Now, I guess that's all subject to change. I don't know. But that's when I got annoyed. They didn't have to fire him along with Brian Daboll the same day. I said that. But you can't throw bouquets his way. You can't throw flowers at him and tell him that, and then have him lead the search for the quarterback. And again, when you say, he's just, so what, he's getting some names together. Jay Glazer gave you the names. Are anyone excited about it? And do I feel good that he's putting together this list? I do not. I don't want him putting together the list that's going to go to the owner if he's not going to be part of the future. None of it makes any sense. None of it makes any sense. None of it makes any sense, man. From wanting to keep him, then putting out I know I want him gone. I do want him gone. And again, not because I dislike him or that he never made one single good decision, because I backed him on the Saquon thing. I was okay with letting go of Barkley. I was. And I even said when watching the Hard Knocks that a lot of what he said to me made some sense in today's NFL. And I pushed back on a lot of people killing the GM. I did. But you can't have the roster he has. You can't lose one wide receiver and not have a wide receiving core. You can't lose one defensive back and have a first-round pick as the backup not be good enough to play in the NFL, where you got to go get practice squad players from the Jets. There's just a level of play and a level of roster building by year 4 that has to be in place, and it's not. It's just not. Not if you want to let him hire another coach. Not if you want to let him hire another coach. Could I have lived with the both of them back? I suppose if this didn't continue, if they would have won the Denver game, if they would have won the Chicago game, even if they have a 5-6 win season and it ends up being ugly for a lot of it, if they hold on to the Denver game, if they hold on to the Chicago game, two teams that are currently sitting in playoff spots, I would probably be okay with everything. I'd probably be okay with it. But that's not what's happened. And now it's fallen apart. And he seems to be getting a pass for everything. He gets a pass on how the quarterback is used. He gets a pass on players sleeping through meetings. He gets a pass on all of it. He gets a pass on third-round picks not running out routes. He gets a pass on, a cornerback who he traded up for in the first round, who isn't good enough to play. Why does he get a pass on all these things and the coach gets fired for it? Because those are just as much to blame about the losing as anything Brian Dable did, any specific play call or any specific coaching decision or game management, clock management. The idea that your backup cornerback is a first-round pick who cannot play, you have no wide receivers to speak of, and a third-round pick who can't see the field, and now we see why the coach didn't put him out there. Those decisions from a roster building standpoint have as much to do with their losses as anything else. Certainly anything the coach did. Why does he get a pass? Barry in Los Angeles. What's up, Barry?
Hey, Chris, 100% agree with you on Shane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything you see, first of all, in my opinion, is Shane turned out to be a weasel. Never backed Dabes, in the wing controversy, and made clear, in the Hard Knocks video that he was going to be safe, and that if Dart turned out to be a bum pick, it was going to be Dabes' fault. And the irony in all this, because I'm still on the Dabes bandwagon, although I understand why he had to go. The irony of all this is that if Dart takes us to the Super Bowl, the pick by Dabes is going to be legendary. It's going to go down in Giant lore forever, up with the Corsi and Manning. And I think that it's kind of nuts that the guy who was brought in to fix one thing, and that was to find a quarterback, finds a quarterback, which I think, probably 95% of Giant fans think is the guy that could lead us to the playoffs or beyond. And the guy who fell on his sword and said he wanted to use the Abdul, if I'm not mistaken, right? He wanted to use the Abdul Carter pick to pick Dart. And no one would have said boo about that. No. At the time, he would have gotten killed.
And you want to hear something funny? Honestly, if they drafted him third, they probably would have played him from the opening game.
Correct.
If you draft him third, you're probably playing from the start of the season, and maybe they have more wins. Maybe he has his job. Now, I'm hoping Abdul Carter, and thank you for the call, Barry. I do disagree with one of the things you say. I'm going to get to it in a second. Hopefully Abdul Carter isn't a bust. And again, I don't think he's played to bust level. He's not nearly been what we expected. And now he's got a little bit of a diva issue, and we could have seen that coming when he's asking for every retired player's number, including Lawrence Taylor, Phil Simms. Like, I get it. And now he's sleeping through meetings and during the game, and I think it was Tiki who said it again, and they put out a clip of me saying this, and I don't think they put out the clip of me giving credit to either Tiki or Carl Banks for making the point. But it felt like he's chasing numbers now. The season's over, and all he's out there trying to do is try to justify his play by getting a sack or two instead of holding firm to his responsibility in his lane, his rush lanes, and all that. So I'm still hopeful he can be the guy. But, or at least, close to what they hoped he would be. But yeah, I wanted to take the pick at number 3. I wanted to take the quarterback. I didn't want to mess around. I wanted to make sure they got their guy. Now they ended up getting their guy later down. It's hard to argue with the idea they found their guy plus a really talented defensive player, and hopefully he'll turn out to be that. They ended up doing better than I would have hoped for. Now, you're right. If they would have just drafted him 3rd, everyone would have been great. They would have been able to save a pick from moving up, but they wouldn't have Abdul Carter, and I still have hopes that he could be a very good player in this league. I still do have that hope. His numbers aren't awful. Some of his grade out numbers, some of his rush and his one-on-one wins, his win rate, all that stuff, it isn't terrible. And I'm hopeful that, it'll click for him at some point, hopefully next year. But I did want to just draft the quarterback 3rd. I wanted to move up and take Ward. I wanted to move up and take any quarterback. I was as being pointed out by my biggest fan, Hot Rod, on the group chat, I was in on Sanders. I'm not hiding from that or running from that. I wanted Sanders. I guess, but I said the whole time, go back and listen to me. I would always say, I don't care what I want. I am not an NFL caliber talent assessor. Like, it's not up to me who the quarterback is. I want them to take their guy. And I was nervous if you messed around and took Carter that you wouldn't find your guy, and that's what needed to happen. So, like, for me, watching limited college football, as I do, I thought Sanders was the best ready quarterback to go play. We know what happened, and we saw him in kind of an unfair spot, not as unfair as, Josina Anderson and others will try and tell you. But, it's not an easy spot to come in that point. Hasn't really worked with the first team, but we'll see what happens from him. But clearly I'm thrilled they got Jackson Dart instead, no doubt about it. I'm thrilled. But I would have been fine with taking Jackson Dart 3rd. The quarterback is it. They tried to move up to 1 to take Ward. I would have been happy with that. I would have been happy with taking Jackson Dart or any other quarterback 3rd. I wanted the quarterback. The only thing I'll push back with you on is, and sometimes people think this is my opinion, it's not, Brian Daboll wasn't brought in here just to find and develop the quarterback. There's a difference on why he was targeted to be the coach of this team and what he was asked to do with this team. He was brought here and became a candidate for the job because of what he did with the Buffalo Bills offense and specifically Josh Allen. Right? And I don't want to continue to have this fight. People think he had no involvement in it. It's ridiculous. People will tell you, he got so much better after he left. Go look at the numbers. Josh Allen did not get so much better after he left. He didn't. He won an MVP because the last 2 years that Brian Daboll was there, Aaron Rodgers threw 45 touchdowns and 2 interceptions and went crazy during the COVID seasons. But Josh Allen threw for as many yards his last year with Dabes as any other season of his career. He transitioned Josh Allen from struggling turnover machine rookie into budding young superstar. He was there for that transition. That's what made him a viable candidate for the job. And that's what they were hoping he would do. But he was brought in here to be the coach for the whole football team. He was brought in here to be a leader. He was brought in here to be an offensive guy, not just at the quarterback position. But yeah, the idea was give him a young quarterback, let him develop him the way Josh Allen did, and lead the whole football team. And they never gave him that first part of it. They never gave him the player or the opportunity to develop the player like he had in Buffalo, which is why he was hired. So it was partly that. It was also partly to be the leader of the football team. And he failed on the leader part, without question. And he was succeeding finally after 4 years of finally being given the opportunity to draft and develop a guy. He was succeeding at that part of it. That's why I wanted to keep him. Because that part of it was working. But the other part became so much of a failure by the end that you couldn't justify keeping him. I get it. But I certainly don't know what Joe Schoen has done to justify keeping him. Tyler in Bloomfield. What's up, Tyler?
Yes, what's up, man? So you were saying how Joe Schoen always gets a pass, right? Yeah, it makes sense why he gets a pass because the NFL needs to crack down on this. They're having some sort of scheme, some sort of favoritism by the owners, keeping him around. It makes absolutely no sense why he's still around. You just logically think about it. There's something going on. And just like the NFL's cracking down on the prop bets, they got to crack down on this. There's certain favoritism going around in the league. I'm telling you, man.
Favoritism in what? Joe Schoen? Specifically, or
just think why the Giants haven't won in like 18 years. There's something going on in this tri-state area around with the Jets, with the Giants. You know what I mean, man.
I honestly don't. I mean, and you're wrong on the 18 years. It's been, I guess, the February of 2011. So, I mean, you're not far off. I get your point. But no, I don't know what you mean. You can't, there's nothing to crack down on an organization for being loyal to a hire or believing in someone. Like, they're not, I don't get it. I mean, they're not doing anything illegal or wrong. They're just doing something that, to me, isn't smart. But they're not breaking any rules or like, and they've fired coaches constantly. It's not like they don't fire coaches. Jets, same thing. Coaches go, GMs go. Like, they're just not being run very well right now. And Woody Johnson clearly is an issue. And right now, there's no doubt over the last 15 years, 14 years, it's hard to think that the Maras and the way this Giant team is being run isn't an issue. But I don't know if there's anything nefarious about it. Eddie in Rockland, what's up, Eddie?
Hey, buddy, what's happening?
What's up?
I'm a little confused on your the way you think. Okay, and let me ask you a few questions.
Sure, let's try and narrow down my thought process, please. Let's go.
Right. First, you said you were fine if they kept Dable, so that would have meant that you would have been fine if Schoen stayed also, right?
Yeah, after the Denver game, I was still okay with Schoen and Dable. Yeah, because I wasn't going to keep the coach and then bring in a new GM necessarily.
Right, you weren't going to break them up. Yeah. I understand the concept. Okay. One goes, they both go.
Right.
Okay, but when they're in the draft room and they're all high-fiving the pick, a top 5 pick, and he doesn't pan out, but another team would have took him, or he's ranked, a player's ranked in the top 5. How come it comes back to the GM not picking the right guy and not the coach developing him? I would think it would be more on the coach because wait a minute, I know you're going to, Chris, all you do is disagree. If he did it in college, right, the only stumbling block is the draft, and then all of a sudden, not like Carter, he can't show up. He's not doing this. I said he was a little undersized when they picked him. So my main questions are to you is, you keep on flopping around. If this guy would have stayed, I would have kept this guy, back and forth and back and forth. Where's your hard line on this team?
Well, I don't know what that means, where my hard lines, but let me ask you a question. So what GM should ever be fired? Because picks are picks, and it's up to the coach to develop them. So no mistakes are ever made. They're all good football players. They all played really well in college and deserve to be drafted.
I didn't say Christian. Once again, you're pigeonholing me into a situation.
No, that's what you do. You're saying, when you're picking in the top 5, that player should pan out no matter what the coach is. That player should be so obviously gifted and talented that it shouldn't matter. You trade into the first round to get a cornerback, I don't care what the coaching is, he shouldn't be unplayable where you're getting practice squad players off the Jets to play in front of him. That's it.
Let me put it
That's
to you
my
this
opinion.
way.
You're asking for
If
my
you pick
opinion. Banks was a first-round pick. No coaching should affect him being unplayable. Okay, maybe not as good as you hoped. Maybe they should have developed this skill a little bit better. You knew coming in he needed work on this, and he never got it. Fine. But he can't be worse than practice squad players. That's not about coaching.
When you pick a top 5 player, is it more on the coach or is it more on the
GM? The GM.
It's really
100%.
Wow, why is that?
Maybe the quarterback is the only position because you're supposed to be a God-gifted you can't miss with those picks. Like, those are supposed to be guys like Evan Neal was an offensive stud lineman from Alabama. Like, do you think it's the coaching that how come when Andrew Thomas was scuffling under previous regimes and then he came in and Brian Daboll, the first year of Brian Daboll, he becomes a star. So did Sexy Dexy, kind of just an average middling player. First year of Brian Daboll becomes a star. Are we giving the coach credit for those two players blossoming, or is Andrew Thomas the 4th pick in the draft who should have been a great tackle? Like, Evan Neal should have been better than unplayable. I don't care who his coach is. Like, when you draft in the top 5, failures like this, GM. You're asking my opinion. You don't want my opinion. You want me to say your opinion. You want to get your opinion out there and then say I'm wrong with my opinion. You're asking my opinion? My opinion is he gets credit for Neighbors because Neighbors is an undoubtable, watch him play, great talent, worthy of that pick. And it doesn't matter who his coach is, what offense they're playing in. Look at Garrett Wilson. Doesn't matter who his quarterback is, what the offense is. He's going to make it work and have good numbers because he's so freaking talented. It's undeniable. Same thing with Neighbors. He's so good and gifted. It's the quarterback is the only position I'll give some credence to that. Even with the top 5 pick. It's so much is working with that quarterback. So much is helping develop the skills. It is such an incredibly difficult position to play in the NFL that there's a lot of coaching with the quarterback. Hence my belief in Brian Daboll and wanting to keep him. But outside of that, offensive lineman, cornerback, wide receiver, running back, no. GM. Though if those picks miss and whiff the way they've whiffed, much more on the GM than the coach. If Banks was just not as good, right? If Banks was like, all right, and we were hoping he would be our shutdown cornerback, but he ends up just kind of being our second best cornerback, and he's okay, he's good enough to, he's a starting quarterback and cornerback in this league, but he's not really all that good. Okay, maybe on some level that's because they didn't harness his skill set enough. But when a first-round pick is not as good as practice squad players, that's on the player. That's on the GM. Sorry, it is. You can't coach a first-round pick from being, worthy of a first-round pick to practice squad level. I don't believe that's the coach. No. And I'm not waffling on should have kept this one, should have kept that one. I got people like you calling me or tweeting at me or asking me questions to try and justify my opinion. I'm trying to tell you. After the Denver game, I was on board with keeping everyone. And the only reason why I was on board with keeping Joe Schoen is because I'm not going to keep the coach and hire to me, they were together. And as long as I was willing to keep the coach, I was willing to keep the GM. And I honestly felt, even after that loss to Denver, as ugly as it is, I felt like it was reactionary to get, everyone's got to go. They were going in an upward trajectory. The second he took over, the second Dart came in, they beat the Chargers. They're the better team, up by double digits against the Saints until they fumbled and turned the ball over on 5 consecutive drives. Then they absolutely dominated the Eagles, and they were going like this. Then they're up 19-0 in the fourth quarter, pitching a shutout in Denver, a team that's now 9-2, even with the fourth quarter collapse and the brutal interception and the bad play call and the 33 points in the fourth quarter against that offense. I still felt I saw this. I still felt I saw the upward trajectory of a team continuing to play better. And from that moment on, it took a nosedive. So I changed my opinion. But the minute the coach was fired, I want a clean house. To me, the coach was the better of the two. And the minute they got rid of him, it made no sense to hang on to anything. Clean house. That's pretty straightforward. That's not, it's It's hard not to understand the logic in that. You could disagree with it, but that's fine. You could disagree with it. That's what life is about. But you can't tell me you're having a hard time understanding my thought process. They're connected. I like this guy better than I like this guy. The minute they got rid of this guy, I want to get rid of that guy. Rather simple. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I thought the Jameis experience was the Jameis experience. You know, balls flying all over the place, hitting guys in the chest, in the face, balls on the ground, great throws. You know, the unfortunate interception at the end there with Jalen Hyatt stopping. You don't see, this is what happens. Everybody immediately wants to blame Jalen Hyatt, and that's fine. Blame him. I don't care.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Knicks lost a heartbreaker in Miami, 115-113, as Deuce McBride and Karl Anthony Towns unable to get a few looks to fall in the waning seconds that could have sent the game to overtime.
Tough shot probably by Deuce initially, but he got it up on the glass, and we had a numbers advantage because they were on the glass because they weren't matched up, and they were still trying to figure out who to go to. So that situation, I would do all over again. Just go play.
That's Mike Brown. It's Deuce McBride at 25, Mikal Bridges 23, Karl Anthony Towns 22 and 15 rebounds. Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby were both out as the Knicks now 0-4 on the road to start the season. Jets, they're sending Justin Fields to the bench in favor of Tyrod Taylor. Aaron Glenn making the change to get the offense in gear. And despite the 2-8 record, Harrison Phillips not wavering on Glenn as a coach.
The most impressive thing is his consistency. I think his messaging and the way he is as a person, whether we win, we lose, we have a good performance, we have a bad performance, we don't get the result we deserve, or we get the result we deserve. He's been super consistent, and I think I said this the first couple weeks I was here, middle of the road, and now here, he deserves to win, and I believe he will.
And the Cowboys dismissed the Raiders 33-16. Dak Prescott, 268 yards, 4 touchdowns. O'Quinn Williams, 1.5 sacks in his Dallas debut. 38 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 304. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't think it's much of a. I don't know if it's an interesting decision or an interesting question, rather. Like, if you're taking a top 5 pick, a top 10 pick, outside of a quarterback, like if you're taking an all-world talent that everyone said Abdul Carter was. Now, at the beginning of the year with Shane Bowen, did he do some things to take him out of his element a little bit? Sure. Did they drop him into coverage a little bit too much? Did they try and ask him to do different things? Maybe. But his talent doesn't jump off the page. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, same thing with, like, so he doesn't pan out, it's the coaching, right? You trade in back into the first round to get a cornerback who can't guard anybody and can't turn his head around. Like, these are things they're not coached at the NFL level necessarily, or at least not the first time. This dude was a first-round pick. And there are practice squad players playing over him on purpose. Not because he's injured or because, like, they're playing practice squad players over him on purpose. There's no level of coaching that should take a first-round pick and make a practice squad player better than him. And it's not because they somehow did wonders with the practice squad player. Like, he's not very good either. I'm sorry. So, like, are we going to give Brian Dable credit for Neighbors then? Is it coaching that Neighbors is so good? Is it coaching that Andrew Thomas became a stud left tackle? So we give Dexter Lawrence, again, middling player for the first couple of years of his career. Good, solid, but not great. Became great under Joe Shane and Brian Dable. Came great under Brian Dable. Andrew Thomas was a bust year 1. Bust. Better year 2. All pro. Got a big contract after his first year with Brian Dable. Brian Dable, the difference? Okay, then I'm in. Let's go. Let's give the coach credit and the coach blame. Because I'm willing to give Joe Shane credit for the picks. He gets credit for Neighbors. I was arguing with someone the other day. well, Neighbors is just so good. I'm like, I don't know. He is. I mean, he is, but like the idea that you couldn't miss, you could miss. Marvin Harrison Jr., again, tough first year, Murray, quarterback situation, all that. Better this year up until his injury here and, his kind of fluke appendix issue that's going on with him right now, but he was playing better this year. Like right now, Neighbors looks better. All right, so far in his career now, he's been injured this entire year. Hopefully he comes back. But through the first year and a half of their career, year and a couple weeks, Neighbors was the more explosive, talented-looking player. You get credit for great players. You get blame for bad players. And for me, first-round grade players, in the first round, if you're disappointed in them, like Abdul Carter, I'm willing to give a little bit on coaching. Clearly, he's not paying attention to the coach. Clearly, he didn't like how he was used at the start of the year. Snap count, dropping back into coverage, whatever else was going on with him, fair. Right? I'll give you a little bit on Carter, because Carter is someone right now who is at least winning at a successful rate. He's someone worth putting on the field. He's a good, solid player, worth putting on the field, just not the expectation level that we all saw come. Like, we all figured he would be a great player right out of the gate. He has not been. I'm willing to put some of that blame, or a good part of that blame, on the coaching staff. Evan Neal, that's a whiffed pick. Sorry, and I know everyone had him graded as a top, can't-miss left tackle. I get it. I'm not saying it's necessarily like Joe Schoen did anything wrong in his evaluating process, but he whiffed. The reason Evan Neal sucks isn't coaching. The reason why Tay Banks isn't good isn't unplayable, and you'd rather play nobodies. You'd rather play practice squad players than him. That's not coaching. Jalen Hyatt didn't run a route. Jalen Hyatt, with the game on the line, after finally getting an opportunity under a new head coach and kind of a clean slate, gave up on a play with a minute and a half left in a one-score game in the end zone. That is not coaching. Just isn't. Just isn't. You either have it or you don't. Banks doesn't have it. Neal never had it. Hyatt doesn't have it. I don't care who his coach is. I don't care. That's on the GM. Those fails are on the GM. And now I'm willing to give him Jackson Dart. We all know the coach is kind of behind it. We all know it was the coach's quarterback, but he makes the decisions. The coach can pound the table and say, this is my guy. You got to go do it. You got to go do it. You got to go do it. When the name is written on the card and handed in, that's Joe Schoen. He gets credit for Jackson Dart. Absolutely. I think him and the coach both get credit for Jackson Dart, but he gets credit for Jackson Dart. But the idea that you can whiff on all these picks and just hide it under bad coaching, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Those are terrible picks that have set the team back. He has done as bad a job. You can't, if you want to say equally bad, fine. I'm not going to argue with you. Shane and Dable on same footing, fine. But you cannot tell me that you believe Joe Schoen has done a far better job than Brian Dable and deserves it. And deserves to keep his job. I don't get it. I don't get it. And right now, it just feels like the whole organization that he's kind of running. You're getting leaks about the quarterback. You're getting leaks on the idea that they're trying to coach the quarterback out of being so aggressive on the field with his run attack. You get leaks on what happened disciplinary-wise with the third overall pick. Like, you're getting leaks inside the organization. You got guys showing up at WWE. And again, if you didn't see it last night, Cam Scataboo, Abdul Carter were at WWE Monday Night Raw. And they got involved in the storyline, which is cool and it's awesome. And if they were winning right now, no one would care. It would be great. And I'm not sure what what the narrative is going to be. And the only issue I have is Scataboo. He can't stand on one of his legs. He's out there scootering around because of a devastating injury. And he's out there pushing people. Like, we were mad at Brunson for getting involved with a hand injury. This guy is pushing off and pushing professional wrestlers on a leg that he can't stand on. And Abdul Carter is dealing with all this stuff, the idea, and he's defending himself. I wasn't sleeping, never sleep. When they tell you lies, which, by the way, I wish he didn't do it on Twitter, and it's more of just, nonsense that you have to deal with. But I'm hoping this sparks him. I'm hoping getting annoyed and claiming people are lying and pushing back on the idea that he was sleeping or whatever else. I hope this motivates him. I really do. Trying to find the exact tweet. Did he take it down? Yeah, I think he might have taken it down. But I hope it motivates him, because I do think there's talent in there. But right now, he just needs to get his head right. He needs to understand. He needs to be professional. You got to show up at all this stuff. He handled it in the postgame as well as he could. He said, look, I did something detrimental to the team. I got, there's repercussions for that, and I understand them. But now the story's out he's sleeping. Now the story is out that's continually happened. There's reports that now this is something that Brian Daboll allowed to take place inside his meetings. Going to continue to bash the coach who was jettisoned and scapegoated, right? Leaks inside the building. Wasn't Joe Shane's fault. All the coaches that are still currently here were trying everything they could to get this quarterback to understand he can't run like this. It's not the quarterback's coach's fault. It's not Mike Kafka's fault. It's not the organization's fault. The kid doesn't get it. It's all very, unfortunately, Jetsian. 888-808-1019. We still have other things to do. I want to get to the Knicks. We'll get into a little free agency baseball as we got the final numbers on Naylor and what that means for Pete Alonso and the Mets. And for me, I think it's worse news for Pete Alonso than it is for the New York Mets. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Tim in Scotch Plains. What's up, Tim?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Two things. Number one, why can't we just keep Dart on the bench for the rest of the season?
Yeah,
at this point, we don't need wins. We don't need them anymore. Let the practice players play. Let the second string play. Just let Dart stay on the bench, learn what he can learn. We put him back in there, and we're going to risk some kind of serious injury, and I don't like it. That's number one. Number two, why don't you just let Carter rush the passer if that's what he wants to do? That's why they got him in the first place. He was a great edge rusher. He closed real well on the quarterback, and then they didn't use him in that capacity. With this season being a bust anyway, how bad can it be?
Why don't we just sit him and not risk injury?
No, let him rush the passer. I mean,
I'm just saying, because the season's dead and it doesn't matter anymore. So why would we even want to? Why would we want to risk?
We haven't seen him perform because we haven't seen him perform.
Oh, so you want to see? But I mean, he's going to be here, and maybe he could sit back and learn. Look, I as far as Abdul Carter, I do think that, to say they never used him in that capacity, it's not like he never rushed the passer. It's not like he wasn't playing cornerback. He was rushing the passer a lot. Not every play, and they asked him to do some different things. Absolutely. Now, if you want to say, hey, let's make him comfortable the last handful of the weeks, and that's all he's in for, and turn him into a passing, he plays third down, or he's continually just trying to get after the quarterback, that's fine. But the Jackson Dart thing, I'm sorry. I don't understand why anyone would want him to sit moving forward. This is the doctors clear him, he plays. He's got to go out there and play. He's got to learn how to play. Once you go to him, I was all on board with letting him sit and learn because I wasn't sure what kind of quarterback he was. I wasn't sure if he was ready to take over an NFL game. I wasn't sure he was ready to work inside this offense. Those concerns are history. They're history. He is absolutely capable of running the offense. He's absolutely capable of being an NFL quarterback, and now it's about reps, and it's about getting better, and it's about working, inside the offense, learning more, getting more experience. Like, okay, maybe run him a little bit less, but he's played 6 or 7 games. Are we so you want him to just give up on the season? You want him to just, we'll see you next year? Like, he's got to continue to work and progress and get better and learn. I want him as good as possible next season. Playing more and more is going to make him better next year. He's got to be safe. He's got to learn how to be safe. This is now a time to coach it into him. You can't coach it into him not playing. He's got to be out there in the moment and learn in the moment to get down, to run out of bounds instead of taking on more contact. That's how he's got to learn. The second if I'm not putting him out there until I'm 100% positive he's healthy. And even like this year against the offensive line on Sunday played as well as it has played in a decade. Like, that's how it felt. That might be hyperbole, and you could probably find a game here too. But I heard a caller calling in to Keith talking about how stupid Drew Brees was to say that the best part of the Giants is their offensive line. Were you watching the game? Because without question, the best part of the Giants Sunday, was the offensive line. There's no doubt. That was the best unit on the field. Now, we know traditionally that has not been the case. The offensive line was the best unit on the field on Sunday. Drew Brees, I don't remember him waxing poetic necessarily about the overall talent or what they've been or what they've done even all season. He was talking about what he was watching on the field that day. And if you were watching what he was watching, what I was watching, it's hard not to agree with him. They were pushing the pile. They were dominating a good defensive front in the Green Bay Packers. That was a great performance from the Giants' offensive line. Andrew Thomas is an all-pro left tackle. Illuminor has had, he's gotten called for some penalties the last handful of weeks, and he did kind of, lose himself for a couple of plays 2 weeks ago. But he has solidified that other tackle spot. The young center who's really struggled most of his career has, over the last 5 or 6 weeks, played the best football of his career. I think the offensive line is playing much, much better. I am not overly concerned about him getting just completely, blitzed and blindsided. I'm really not. The offensive line has done a good job. They'll protect him. This is about when he runs, when he scrambles, even on the design runs. Yes, I know, all 4 or 5 of them. He's got to be more careful. He's got to be willing to get down and not look for the extra yard or 2. He's got to be smarter, and that comes with playing. As long as he is healthy, I want him playing. As long as he is healthy, I want him playing. I don't know why we would want to bench him the rest of the year. I really don't. I want as many games under his belt. I want him to see as many different things defensively. I want him ready for next year. The only reason I wanted him to sit it all this year is because I didn't know if he was ready to play. He clearly is. In hindsight, I'm almost glad that they didn't play him just because Andrew Thomas wasn't there and I didn't trust the offensive line. If Andrew Thomas was ready from week 1, they would have been better off. I remember talking to Mark Schlereth at the Fanatics Fest, and he was very much gung-ho about starting Jackson Dart from day 1. And I was like, really? I'm like, I haven't heard a lot of people say that. I mean, I know you draft a quarterback. A lot of people might just think, hey, you got to, in today's NFL, you got to play him right away. But, what he showed in college and the offense that they ran with Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss, like, I think he could use a year. They went out and paid, two different quarterbacks. I'd be surprised if that's what they should do. And he was right. He was right. Now, I'm in some ways, I'm glad they didn't because Evan Neal wasn't there, and I'm not sure about the offensive line at that moment. But he was ready to go. He was ready to go instantly. So forget all that. Who cares? Now I'm not sitting him. I don't get it. No other quarterback. Like, we don't say this about any other quarterback. He gets one concussion, and now he can't play. And I'm not saying concussions aren't serious. They're very serious, and he needs to take it seriously on trying to protect himself. Of course. Of course. I mean, outside of maybe Tua, who clearly has had, really a lot of concussions and concussions that come along with symptoms right there on the field that just are hard to watch. And outside of him, and he's still playing, outside of him, I don't know if there's been like this universal call to not play a guy again like this. Have we ever seen a young quarterback have one injury? Like we saw Justin Fields get injured. Nobody said you can't play the kid. Now, are we talking about he's not the future of the Jets, so his safety is okay? The first question after the game on Sunday, I think it was this Sunday. Yeah, it was this Sunday. No, it was Thursday. It was Thursday night, not Sunday, obviously. Thursday night. This week, I meant. Thursday night. The first question. Now, again, he's had injury issues in his career. He had a concussion earlier in this year. The first question from the media after the game Thursday, the very first question was, why'd you stop running him? He had a bunch of design runs in the first half. It was working. Why did you stop running him? So Jackson Dart, why the hell are you playing him? Justin Fields, why the hell did you stop running him? And if we're going to tell me, well, it's because one's the future and one's not, what does that say about it? So the concern for health is based on what? The importance to the team? So go ahead. Who cares about Justin Fields? Run him until he can't stand. It's okay. He's not the future. Like, it's either you're protecting the player or you're not. Jackson Dart needs to protect himself. The Giants need to coach him up so he can protect himself. But he's an NFL player, and you can't hide him from this. Can't put him in bubble wrap the second the season's over. What, is this going to be a trend every year now? He's the quarterback of the New York Giants. They've got to coach him up better. He's got to learn. And hopefully the silver lining of this injury is that he does finally learn. And that he starts to recognize he can't do this, even if he doesn't necessarily concern himself with his health, but concern himself with missing games and hurting his team. Whatever the case, whatever it finally needs to get through to him, that he's got to change the way he runs the football and change the way he handles contact. That's what needs to happen. You can't just put him on a shelf. He's got to play. He's got to play. This is the NFL. He's got to play. And if your point is, well, I don't want to see him get hurt, there's no point, the season's dead, then start taking everyone off the field. Let's be honest. What is Dexter Lawrence doing out there? Dexter Lawrence is battling an injury from the beginning of the year, hasn't played really well all season long. You know how good he is or how good he's supposed to be. Let's just get him off his feet, get healthy, we'll see you next year. Why stop at Jackson Dart? Let's just take it. It's Andrew Thomas, same thing. He's got his ankle injury. He's been hurt a bunch of times throughout his career. Let's get Andrew Thomas off the field. What's the point? Season's dead. And I'm a tanker, and I'm not even going that far. I want them to lose all these games that Jackson Dart doesn't play. And even I won't go that far. There's no reason Jackson Dart needs to play football games, learn how to play quarterback in this league. He does not have it all figured out 7 starts in. He's got a lot of football left to play, a lot of learning left to do to be as good as he can be come week 1 of next year. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. More of your calls next as we take you to 5 o'clock and the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It may be the off-season for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no off-season for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Lynyrd Skynyrd at PNC Bank Arts Center on July 26th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on August 21st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Directly, 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 3:31. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We haven't had a chance to talk about the Knicks yet. We'll still take your calls, 888-808-1019. Mario, just hang in for a second. As the Knicks fall to the Miami Heat 115-113. They are now 0-4 on the road and 8-1, obviously, at home for the 8-5 record. And this is a game where, I mean, this is where you miss Brunson at the end of the game. The offense kind of didn't have that same movement, that same shot making. Again, they did not shoot well from three-point land. It's kind of very much a make-or-miss team. 9 of 36, 25% from three. Landry Shamet, who was in the starting rotation for OG Anunoby, did not have a great game. 10 points, 1 of 7 from three-point land. McBride had a great fourth quarter and got them back into a game. I think the Miami Heat got it up to as many as a 9-point lead in the fourth before the Knicks battled back. And look, they battle. And defense, and you still saw the same stuff from Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns, he goes into these stretches, and Coach Brown has talked about arguing with the refs too much, and you saw a technical foul. They've only had one, they were talking about on the broadcast, only one technical foul all season up until the Josh Hart technical foul, but he's on the opposite side of the court 30 seconds after the foul he thought he should have got happened. There's just no reason for the constant back and forth. It feels like that very much from the Knicks. And Karl Anthony Towns gets into these modes where he's annoyed at the foul calling, and he just starts doing dumb stuff. He had a pick and roll to the basket for an easy dunk, and he gets called for a foul because his elbow is up 8 feet in the air, right in the face of the defender. Like, for his fourth foul, and he has to come out of the game. Like, I don't understand. He gets into these ruts sometimes where he takes himself out of his own game. Josh Hart can do that too. But, man, it is so frustrating to watch Karl Anthony Towns just kind of become this petty, kind of annoyed player who allows that to get into his game. And, these injuries are going to be tough. You need to win all these games. This is a winnable game on the road. You're yet to have a win on the road, playing a Miami team that embarrassed you the last time you were in that building. You were able to get a win against them the other day at home. But a game that was absolutely winnable. They were struggling to shoot the ball as well. They shot 40% from three, which is obviously, better than the 25%. But they, Powell really wasn't shooting the ball all that well. He was 0 for 3 from three-point land, under for 50% from the floor, and it was a winnable game. But what you're going to see from these injuries is, you're going to miss OG Anunoby defensively, and what you're going to miss at the end of the game is Jalen Brunson. But right now, without those two players, you're just hoping that you can find ways to win. And Karl Anthony Towns has got to step up and be the kind of player who doesn't allow the game to get away from him. And time again, we see him get into these ruts, into this stretch where he plays silly basketball and he picks up silly fouls and he has bad turnovers, and they turn the ball over a lot in this game too. And these are wins right now because there's going to be nights where they're not, especially without both OG Anunoby and without Brunson, there's going to be nights where they're not capable of winning the game. Last night was a game they were capable of winning, and they played poorly down the stretch to start the fourth quarter. They found a way to get back into the game with Deuce McBride shooting the ball really well and having a good game, but just not enough. And bad turnovers, and then the last couple possessions, really. You want to talk about where you miss Jalen Brunson? The ball in his hands, down 2 for a final shot. Instead, you get this bad, runner from Deuce, as opposed to getting a better shot, or at least the ball in the hands of the most clutch player in the NBA. So that's what they're going to miss. throughout the game, they can still have that ball movement throughout the game. If they hit their threes, if they get the offensive rebounds, again, Mitch, his numbers are going to have to come up, Mitchell Robinson, with these injuries. He played 18 last night. That is pretty much what he's been playing, somewhere between 14 and 18 minutes. He got 11 rebounds last night. That's, 5 offensive rebounds in 18 minutes. That's what you're looking for from him, but he's going to have to step up his game. I thought Bridges played really well in this game, defensively too, had a couple of steals. He had 4 blocks, 4 assists, 50% from the three-point land, 23 points. Deuce leads all scorers with 25. But you see what you're missing when those two players are on the court. The defense and the perimeter defense, and again, the paint points, they were able to get to the basket from the perimeter almost at will at points in the second half. So you missed the perimeter defense of OG Anunoby and his offense to his shot-making ability, but you're going to really miss his perimeter defense. That's why Mitch is going to have to be in there more to defend the rim without OG. But you're missing his perimeter defense, and you're missing you're missing big shots from Bridges. You're missing the ability to get a basket when the offense goes stagnant. You're missing the ability of last-second shots and ball, and at the end of the game, the ball in his hands, the most clutch player in the NBA. And right now, without both of those players for who knows how long, they're going to reevaluate OG in a couple weeks, and we're going to see how quickly Brunson can come back from a grade 1 ankle sprain. But that's what you're missing defensively from OG, the ability to guard the perimeter, and then obviously the shot-making ability in the end-of-game situations from the most clutch player in the NBA in Brunson. So, but the thing that sucks about this game is you need to stockpile. I'm going to keep saying it. This has to be a big regular season. You want home court advantage. Right now, you saw that playoff series went against the Pistons, the Detroit Pistons. Right now, they're 12-2. I don't want to go play Game 7 in Detroit. I want that game at Madison Square Garden. Especially right now, they haven't won a game yet on the road. So you haven't won a game yet on the road. You're down 2 of your top 5 players, your best defensive player and your best offensive player, and you're trying to win as many games as possible to set yourself up for the postseason. You don't have your clutch shooting at the end. You don't have the guy you wanted to hit the ball in his hands in the final 30 seconds. You don't have your best perimeter defender. And this is a game you had a chance to win, but you made just enough mistakes. And your second best player, Karl-Anthony Towns, who wasn't terrible in this game necessarily, 1 for 7 from 3. I like the 7 attempts. I do think shooting the ball is his game. Obviously, 1 of 7 isn't good enough. But I do like the idea he's taking 7, 8 to 10 threes. He should be taking 7 to 10 threes every game. He needs to hit more of them, but I like him taking 7 to 10 threes every game. He got 15 rebounds, which is another number you like, and he actually ends up being a +3 in the game. But there are stretches where he loses his mental toughness. There are stretches where he just allows the referee, the opponent, whatever, to get in his head, and he starts doing dumb things like putting his elbow up on an easy, you don't have to do that. You got an easy pick and roll, you got an easy screen and roll to the basket, and you're throwing your elbow up into the chin of the defender. It makes no sense. We consistently see this from him. It's frustrating. So a tough loss from the Knicks in a game that whenever they get into a game right now without those two and they have a possibility of winning it, you're going to have to do it because you're trying to stockpile as many wins. It's about winning an NBA championship. It's not about getting to the playoffs. It's not about home court advantage in the first round. This is about home court advantage in the Eastern Conference Finals. And last night you saw a lot of the characteristics that's helped them. Jordan Clarkson had a good game. He was able to get to the basket consistently. He scores 14 points in 26 minutes, 7 of 13 from the floor. Josh Hart also kind of lost it at times this game. That's in him. He shot the ball fairly well, 6 of 11, but they've got to be able to close out these games. That's the number one concern right now without Brunson. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the fan. Let's go to Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about good, thank you. I want to talk about the Giants, but since you're on the Knicks, a quick point about what you were saying. Mm-hmm. Even still, I believe they were down by 10 with 3 minutes to go, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
yesterday they made a really nice comeback.
No, they did. They made a comeback led by Deuce. They had a comeback. I think it was 9. I think was the highest score. I think they were down by 9 was the most. But yeah, right, or 9-10. Yes, they were
pretty close. Yeah. And I also believe that 1 3-pointer that he did hit, Karl Anthony Towns, that was at the end of the game. To help bring them back. So
they fought back. They definitely fought back. They were down 9 points late in the fourth quarter. They continue to battle back. I agree. You want to see some toughness, but again, games that you have a chance to win, and Karl Anthony Towns losing it at times in the game, losing it mentally and having dumb mistakes out there consistently is frustrating. Yeah. And then those last 2 possessions, the last possession of the game is a bad shot. Like Deuce had played well in the fourth quarter. I have no problem with him taking the shot, but you want to have a better shot than that.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Now, getting to the Giants real quick, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
It was very interesting because when you look at that game, Winston I thought was pretty good. What did you think about Winston? He was pretty good. I mean, that play at the end. Now, that play at the end, I remember Tiki was saying that Hyatt stopped his route.
Yes.
And he ran across the middle. So It's very interesting. I checked my phone, and it went to AI, and it said, yes, the reason why the ball was intercepted, Hyatt stopped his route. If he keeps on going, an 80% chance that's completed.
I don't know about it. I don't know about it. The safety was sitting there. I don't know if it's an 80% chance of being completed, but I would say it's a 90% chance it's not intercepted.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's completed, but yeah, 100%. Winston played. Listen, to be fair, Winston should have had 3 picks before that interception at the end of the game. He hit the defender in the chest 3 separate times, and they couldn't hold on to the ball. That's the Winston experience, and I know that's what people are calling it. That's like, the up and down nature of Jameis Winston. He was far better than what we had seen from Russell Wilson outside of the Dallas game, and that Dallas game now. I wish, I'd probably go back and watch that game again because, it's hard to imagine. They were just running down the field wide open. He did make the great throw to Neighbors at the end to give them that final lead that they blew. But, I mean, that game was that was the epitome of the Dallas defense just being atrocious. They were down their best cornerback in that game, and the Giants were able to just throw the ball down the field at will. Outside of that, anything we've seen from Russell Wilson was just so god-awful that, Jameis Winston, without doubt, moved the offense much better, gave them life, threw the ball. He looked good. I agree. Now, again, he should have had 3 picks in the game. He should have. But he moved the ball. He looked good. That wasn't the issue. And on that last play, 100% it's not on Jameis. 100%. That is on Hyatt for breaking off the route. As Amani Toomer said in the postgame, he's like, you don't run, corner routes or flag routes in the end zone with an option. It's not one of those things where if I see it, I could do something else, and it's up to you and the quarterback to have that camaraderie or, that gel that you've worked on all year, that trust and confidence that you're going to see the same thing. That's not the case. There are times where wide receivers have options depending on how the defense plays them. That was not one of those things. You run a corner route, you run a corner route. In the end zone, you run a corner route. Now, I don't know if it's complete because the safety was sitting right there. So I don't know if Jalen Hyatt makes the catch. I think an 80% catch probability is extremely high, but I don't think it gets picked off. There's another play. They'll have another opportunity. He can't. I mean, it's embarrassing. This is a guy. Think about what Hyatt has been a bust from the second he got here. There's been a lot of thought and speculation that he's been in the doghouse of this coaching staff, and it makes no sense that they don't go out there and at least run him out there when he's got nothing. They've got nothing at wide receiver, and they're bringing up Little Jordan Humphreys. They're going to get Ray McLeod, and yet this 3rd-round pick can't see the field. And Mike Kafka gave him an opportunity, and he made a couple of plays in the game. But this dude is fighting for his NFL life, and he's stopping on a route. It's hard to explain. And, the interception is completely on him. There is no doubt about it. Completely on him. And, again, I know he was a very productive wide receiver in college. They knew the issue was with him getting drafted in the 3rd round. Usually someone with his numbers gets picked higher than the 3rd round, but they knew that he was limited in the route tree he could run, limited in what he had to do in college, and it was going to be a bit of a project. So I get there's some coaching with Jalen Hyatt. No doubt about it. There's some coaching with Jalen Hyatt. But that's just a whiff on a player that's not good and doesn't have. You watch that play. It's not about coaching. You don't need to be coached to run the route. Like that, there is something inert in him that he doesn't have it. He doesn't have that go fight for it. He doesn't have that desire. And you could tell, in my opinion, Brian Daboll recognized that. And the coaching staff recognized that. And that's why Little Jordan Humphreys is playing. And that's why Ray-Ray McCloud is playing. I don't know why they didn't bring in Hodgins earlier. Another indictment on this coach, on the GM, rather. This guy was money for them down the stretch of the 22 season. He's sitting there in Pittsburgh. You desperately need wide receivers. Why isn't this guy, the second he gets here, is the leading wide receiver? And not only just the leading wide receiver out of luck or, one big play. It was crystal clear he was the most dynamic receiver on the field. Like, it was obvious. He just got there. He's had no practice with Winston. He's got no practice with this team. He's familiar with the offense from a handful of years ago, and immediately he is the best option to throw to. It was crystal clear. Where was he weeks ago? The minute Neighbors went down, Hodgins should have been here. The minute he went down. Instead of Ray-Ray McCloud, instead of other guys who were here, worked inside this offense, had big numbers in the playoff game. Let's go look at his. I want to go look at the numbers in that game. Because I'm pretty sure Hodgins had a big game that day. Now, Daniel Jones, that was the greatest game of his career, right? So Daniel Jones, 24 of 35, 301 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And Isaiah Hodgins, 8 receptions for 105 yards and a touchdown. Long of 32, 9 targets. In the last significant game this team has played, in the last significant game that this team has played, I shouldn't say that because they played next week against the Eagles, but the last significant win this team has had, the last shining moment, the last time Giant fans could be proud of this football team, Isaiah Hodgins had 8 receptions, 105 yards, and a touchdown. 8 receptions, 105 yards, and a touchdown in the biggest win they have had in the last 14 years. You have no wide receivers to speak of. And you don't think to go back to that guy who knows this offense? Again, I don't want to make a huge deal of it because he's Isaiah Hodgins. I get it. But those numbers don't lie. And he was their best receiver going down the stretch of that season. He was. And in that game, he was great. He knows the offense. He has worked inside this offense. And they are desperate for any kind of playmaker. And this GM doesn't make a phone call? He doesn't bring this guy back? He doesn't ask Kafka about his relationship with Hodgins? Now, to be fair, maybe the relationship with Kafka isn't very good and they've been hesitant to do it, and that's why. I don't know, but I know this. The last time they won a meaningful game, he was a stud. He was a stud for them that day. And I know this. The day he was brought back here, the first game, he was the best wide receiver on the field for them. I mean, it's just, that's why I said yesterday that honestly, for the Giants, the game was probably as good as it could have possibly went for them. Sunday was the best case scenario. You made some roster moves that just used common sense and made you feel good about the organization. They finally IR'd Evan Neal. They made the smart decision, the only decision really, but the smart decision to go to Jameis Winston. You've got players who showed you everything you need to know about this GM, whether it be Hyatt, whether it be Banks, whether it be not bringing back Isaiah Hodgins. It was a competitive football game against what was supposed to be a Super Bowl contending Green Bay Packer team. You were there in it till the end, but you ended up losing and helping your draft status. That's about as good a day as the Giants can have. especially without Jackson Dart. Without Jackson Dart, who cares? Honestly, who cares? Without Jackson Dart, who cares? That was as good a game as you can have because it was an indictment on the GM. You got a competitive football game to watch. They did some things that just made you realize that there is someone in the building with common sense, and they ended up losing and right now sit in the driver's seat to have a top 5 pick as they sit with a number 2 overall pick in this upcoming draft, which, by the way, they're going to be able to sit there without needing a quarterback and could do anything they want. They could take the best player available. They can trade back and get a haul for someone looking for a quarterback. A top pick for the Giants. Now, again, with the quarterback, I care less about tanking. And if Jackson Dart's in there, I'm going to want him to play well, him to throw touchdown passes, him to win football games. But when he's not in there, if not in there, who cares? Honestly, who cares? Go get a better draft pick. Go secure the future of this team because that's what it's all about. And as I open the show with, it feels like they need to fire the defensive coordinator, not because I give a damn about how the defense plays the rest of the way, but because I need to evaluate players. And right now, with everything that's been leaked to the media, it feels like no one respects the dude. It feels like people are sleeping through film sessions. It feels like people are sleeping through walkthroughs. You could tell by the comments that most of the players don't feel like they're being used in the best manner, and they continue to blow game after. I need to just evaluate this defense, get rid of the guy. It makes no sense he's still here. Kafka says he's staying. I mean, the Giants just continually do things that make you want to lose your mind. 888-808-1019. You know, we haven't talked too much about the baseball. Again, we got the final numbers on the Josh Naylor signing, 5 years, $92.5 million. That's a good value for Seattle. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Now we know the final number. I still don't believe, and I never believe, and I still don't know if the Mets are going to sign Pete Alonso. I really don't. I don't think Stearns wants him. I said that last year. I'll say it now. I think the owner does. And I do think that the GM, Stearns, recognizes that it's going to be difficult to replace Pete. And as long as the numbers are where he's willing to go, he'll probably do it. I think if you give Stearns one reason to say no, he'll take it. If it's up to Stearns, if someone offers him the 6th year, I think he says no. If someone offers him a little bit more than he wants to give him, I think he'll say no. But if the offseason for Pete goes the similar way it did last year, where ultimately the market doesn't develop in the way Pete wants, he wants to be a Met, he's willing to play ball a little bit, and they can get a contract that Stearns is comfortable with, I think Stearns will do it. I don't think Stearns is completely, I'm not signing Pete, but he won't go a step beyond what he wants to go. That's my read on the situation. We'll find out. But to me, I never viewed, and maybe maybe wrong with my thinking, I never viewed Naylor as the backup plan for Pete. Like, to me, if they're going to not sign Pete, I think they're going to do creative things at first base. I don't think it would be, okay, who's the next best offensive, or who's the next best player at first base? Like, I feel like they're going to try and be more flexible and do different things. I would see maybe a Bellinger come into the mix where he could play center field and first base. Maybe you figure out your logjam at third by giving Vientos a little bit of first base. You bring in someone else at a different position, third base, move Beatty over to second, or go get and trade for, I don't know, Marte, or do different things. Like, I never viewed him as a player that would be like, okay, we lost Pete, we're going to the next best first baseman. But now that's not there. I think it's more to the point where Seattle is now off the board for Pete Alonso. You just saw a 5-year deal at $18.5 million, which is good value. And for me, like, I think this secures the idea that Pete is not getting more than 5 years from the New York Mets. I don't think he's getting more than 5 years, period. But the Mets ain't going to do it. Now, the money is going to be much better, but he is not getting more than 5 years. And that was a good value. That's a good value signing for the Seattle Mariners. I think Naylor, who had 30 steals, we're talking about his weight. Like, he's good defensively. He puts the bat on the ball. He's good for Seattle. I don't know how much it impacts the Pete situation other than because I don't think the Mets are going to panic. I don't think necessarily Pete would panic that Seattle's off the board. I don't think that. I'm just saying, if you ask me which one's more impactful, it's that Pete's just lost the team in the market to make the Mets sweat, I guess, more than I think, now the Mets don't have a fallback. I don't know if either one plays a huge role in it, but I guess I would lean more towards that because I never viewed Naylor as the secondary option, but maybe he would have been. Either way, this contract at 5 years at 18.5, I don't think it's good news for Pete. I don't think he's making more than I don't think he's getting more than 5 years. And honestly, I don't know how teams view him. I don't know if he's Vlad. I think he's obviously better than Naylor. He's going to fall somewhere in the money line there. I don't know. I don't know how his market's going to shake out. Again, no pick attached to him. Another really good year. He's going to get money. Someone's going to give him big time money. But 5 years, he wants 6 or 7. You can forget that. You can forget that. And we'll see how the Mets handle it. But that was an interesting contract, the first real move. Hopefully, we're going to start to see some more pan out. And again, I do want to have the definitive conversation at some point about, for the New York Yankees, Bellinger or Tucker, and which player would you rather have? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break, back after this.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Broadcasting didn't go to the GM meetings this year, and I remember watching all of that ranting and profanity-laced stuff that he said and did in the face of reporters that questioned him after 2023.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sullivan Papain is one of New York's best personal injury law firms, according to U.S. News & World's report. As general counsel to the New York City Firefighters Union, Sullivan Papain is New York's team fighting for New Yorkers and our city's bravest. Grab your Johnny's rally towel and get fired up with Sullivan Papain at every St. John's home game this season at the Garden. Remember the name Sullivan Papain, a winning team on the court and in the courtroom. Find Sullivan Papain online at triallaw1.com. That's triallaw1.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Well, back and forth affair with the Knicks getting one more chance to get their first win on the road this season.
Good back tip. McBride has it. Shot clock turned off. Knicks down 2. McBride